Hello Jamaica, welcome to Unfiltered, where we keep an eye on what is being done with your money, your institutions, and your trust. I am Peter Gay Ferguson, and we're starting this show in the deep end because honestly, the news does not wait for anyone to ease in gently. Tuesday, April the 14th, members of the Public Accounts Committee sat down at Gordon House to review the findings of the Auditor General on the University Hospital of the West Indies. Now, what came out of that room was quite simply staggering. Let's get into it. $40 billion. That is what the University Hospital of the West Indies, UHWI, owes in taxes to Tax Administration Jamaica. $40 billion. The acting chief executive officer of the hospital, Eric Hosin, confirmed that figure before the committee yesterday. Of that $40 billion, $18 billion is the actual principal, the base amount owed. The remaining $22 billion or so is interest and penalties that have piled up over time. Now, make we sit down with that for a second. The committee chairman, Julian Robinson, made a point that I think really puts it into perspective. He noted that the $18 billion principal is almost identical to the government's entire new tax package for this current fiscal year. The whole package. And one public hospital owes that same amount in unpaid taxes. No man, this serious bad. Now, committee member Lothan Cousins made another point that I think many of you will feel in your chest. He reminded the room that ordinary Jamaicans, people like your neighbor, your auntie, your father, get dragged before the courts by TAJ for their tax obligations. And meanwhile, a major public institution has been carrying this debt for years, apparently without the same urgency being applied. Why? Why was this allowed to drag on for so long? I am not saying that it is the whole story, but it is a fair question to raise. And it not done this so. The hospital, it turns out, has been operating without its own tax compliance certificate at TCC for several years. It has been using the certificate of its private wing instead. As of recently, you will receive that temporary TCC, which expires next month, by the way, because of the urgent need to import medicines. And since January of this year, the hospital has actually had to route its imports through the Ministry of Health and Wellness because it could not do so on its own behalf. Now, Chairman Robinson asked a serious question, whether that situation could have led to the hospital's tax-exempt status being used to bring in goods for third parties. The acting CEO was clear, that should never happen. The exemption is for the hospital and the hospital alone. More questions than answers. Now, let's talk about a consulting contract, because this one raised some serious eyebrows. The Auditor General flagged a contract between UWI and a Canadian firm called William Pragmatic Limited. The job? To produce a turnaround plan for the hospital, a document that would map out how to bring a financially struggling institution back from the edge. The contract was signed on the 29th of September 2024, before the ink was even dry. Hold on, what may I say? Before the contract even signed at all, 50% of the contract value had already been paid. Let me put that in simple language. Them get paid before the contract even signed. So 93,000 US dollars, or about 15.5 million Jamaican dollars, was handed over before a single deliverable was produced and before any work was documented. No man, I really going up a UWI. When the committee asked about the principals of the firm, who are Winston Butler and Odin Williams, and what experience and qualifications they brought to this kind of strategic work, the hospital's representative said they do not have that information on hand. So they don't know the people them skill level or who them be, but them get the 93 grand, right? And then here's the timeline that the committee was looking at. The contract is signed September 2024. Money goes out before that. The first draft of the turnaround plan arrives February 2026. That is more than a year after the money was paid, and 1 month after the Auditor General had already flagged the matter as a concern. This is not just a procurement issue. This is a question of accountability, of oversight, of who was minding the shop while the clock ran and the bills mounted. The third area the committee examined was contract management and, of all things, a new car park. UA has established a new car park at the hospital. Patients and visitors collect a ticket on entry and pay based on an hourly rate on the way out. Straightforward enough. Except right now, security guards are responsible for collecting those funds. And the reconciliation system in place, which relies on manually auditing physical slips of paper, was described by hospital management themselves as not robust enough. The plan is to move to a proper internal receipting system staffed by hospital personnel by mid-May. But committee members were rightly concerned that between now and then, there is no reliable way to confirm whether all the money being collected is actually making it into the hospital's account. As one member noted, it is symptomatic of broader institutional problems. And speaking of broader problems, the Auditor General's findings also showed that 64% of contracts at UA were awarded through direct single sourcing or direct awarding. That means nearly 2 of every 3 contracts bypassed by the competitive procurement process entirely. The hospital is currently working to submit several major contracts they say cannot be found. Yes, you heard right, them last, including security, dietary services, civil works, and ground maintenance for proper cabinet approval. These are not small items. These are foundational services, and they are only now going through the proper channels. So, what are we left with? A public hospital that owes $40 billion in taxes, a consulting contract paid before it was signed, with a draft delivered more than a year late, a car park with no reliable revenue trail, and nearly 2/3 of contracts awarded without open competition. These are not minor administrative hiccups. These are systemic failures at an institution that Jamaicans depend on for their lives and their health. By the way, where is the Minister of Health in all of this? The Public Accounts Committee under Chairman Julian Robinson will continue its review, and so will we. This is Unfiltered. I am Peter G. Ferguson. We will see you next time.
How many times a week were you at the gym getting ready for this trip?
I wasn't. Tai Chi walking, 7 minutes a day at home.
At home?
At home. 5 exercises, 3 minutes each. That's it.
If you have belly fat after 50, stop doing crunches. Do these 5 Tai Chi walking exercises instead. 3 minutes each, every morning, and watch what happens in 28 days. What are you waiting for?
What happens if my dad starts Tai Chi walking tomorrow?
How old is your father?
He's 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of the month, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
Even better. Tai Chi walking was built for men 50 plus.
Isn't the gym better?
After 50, the gym can be tough on your body. Tai Chi walking builds balance, control, and steady energy without stressing the joints.
Does he need any equipment?
Nothing at all, just 7 minutes a day, and he'll notice things changing in the better way.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
Of the school that happening in school. We don't know if it's one school.
Okay.
And then, you know, the reaction from the government is so piss poor because you want to say to us that you don't know that it's in the realm of possibility that these things could potentially happen. Like, come on, stop it. Like, what are we doing? What are we actually doing? Just the potential of it happening alone, you know, it's something that we should take extremely seriously.
Extremely serious, of course.
But they constantly drop the ball, unfortunately.
Well, every day.
That is every day. Every day. They just need to go now, and I will always say that they need to go and never to return. There shouldn't be no more Labour Party.
Yeah, I would encourage another political party or other political entities to gear up, because I'm ready to put this JFD into political exile. Never to return.
Never to return.
I don't want to see their feet, their back. I just want them to disappear.
They need to go. They just disappear. No more of them.
No more. Cancer. Them is a cancer to our community, man, and our society. Look what they did with the Cuban doctors.
Oh gosh. Then people has been helping Jamaica for over the years.
Yes. Did you see the article that I put out, that I pushed out on the platform in regards to the United States saying that they're no longer sending aid to Caribbean countries?
No, I only just heard you talking now.
Well,
I was like, what?
Let me give you some. And there's a feedback. You have something in the background, you can turn it off. There's a feedback. I don't know why. I
haven't got anything playing in the background.
No, sir. Let me just go to this article here. So, all right, see it here. Trade over aid. U.S. drastically cut back on aid to Jamaica and other poor countries. Right?
Hold on 1 sec. Let me close my window. Maybe that's where they...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe at the window.
I don't know if it's still in there, but hopefully it works.
Yeah, but come make my window open and I'm close to the street.
Okay. Alright, so they're saying here that countries that choose to work closely with the United States will enjoy President Trump's good grace. You know? Countries that work more closely with the U.S. companies. So, if you're a country that is not working closely with U.S. companies, they're not going to give you any aid. They also said that they have been sending U.S. $50 billion of aid to Jamaica, $50 million of aid to Jamaica alone, and pretty much that money, U.S. aid, 25 billion annually. They send 25 billion annually to the Caribbean. I want to see how much they send to Jamaica specifically. Oh my God, where is it? It's right here in the article. 1 second. I think it's 50 million US. We get from, we give Jamaica around 50 million US dollars a year in aid. So that 50 million US dollars, whatever it was doing before, we're not going to get it.
Okay. Oh, so I wonder why is that? Why they're not going to give them anymore?
Well, they're saying that they don't like how closely Jamaica has been in business with the Chinese. You understand? So that money, that US 50 million is pretty much, that's $8 billion.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
$8 billion given to us yearly in aid. And the aid is geared towards food, education, and health. You understand? And in the article, the former ambassador for the United States that was in Jamaica, he said that oftentimes it makes these small countries dependent, inefficient, and corrupt. Michelle, how are you doing? You know, so it creates dependency and inefficiency and corruption. So they know that these monies that they send is not really going into what it should be going into.
It should be going into, well, okay.
We don't know the state the country in already. We know how much money and the owners and them people them thief up and all of them things, right? And
I think you're easier, man. No,
when yes, thief the money up in it. Thief up the money, they not use the money them what them get for the people them. So I think I agree with them finna give them no more. I agree. I'm not gonna lie, we agree. Me know them are gonna suffer more down there. I know because that, but they already are suffer, if you get what I mean. Cause them money there is not doing anything whatsoever for Jamaican people. It only are going to Andrew Hollis pocket, Christopher Tufton, and all the other ones them they were behind them there.
I think we need a digital tracking system of money that come to Jamaica, where we can just go on the website and we can track.
Yes, I think so.
You have articles that go, the United States have set this amount of money, or this country has set that, and when we look, we see the date that it was sent. We see it lodged in the account of the taxpayers, and whatever is extracted, we know say, alright, this amount was used for this. So when the external auditor, the auditor general comes and does the audit, everything is in place. I think we need
in place.
I think and then there's levels. So if the government sends stuff from main government, central government, to the local government, you're gonna need another tracking system there for accountability as well.
Yes, true.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'll tell them now. Which area of the island your people settle?
Kingston.
Okay.
The kids is in Kingston, and I've got people in St. Elizabeth, up Taunton.
How were they affected by the storm?
Well, two set of the family house top they come off. Yeah.
Wow.
But them never wait for no aid or nothing like that. Nobody to come and do it for them. They actually did it themselves, because you don't know them have people here, close family members here that send money back for them to get their stuff. They don't wait for no help.
Well, that is good, because waiting on help from this.
They wouldn't get it. They wouldn't get it, because they would have said them have this, them have that. They wouldn't get it.
Excuses, right?
Yes, they wouldn't get it. So.
All types of excuses. It's terrible, man.
Oh God, tell me about it. I have a brother down there as well. He was in America at the time when the hurricane and took off one side of his house top. Just one side. Yes, just one side. Just one side, because I think that side there he was gonna change it anyway, And he took off that and he fled on and fix it. It's still under construction at the moment, because he might build it like he might do it one kind of way there. We can't explain it to you. So that if any more hurricane, him not have that kind of issue.
Better.
Yes.
Well, that's good. So everybody's accounted for the family.
Everybody is okay. Yes.
Okay, thank God for that. Thank God for that. Are you aware of the guy that makes plastic into fuel?
No.
This young man right here. You see?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. So he is patterning his design and he's putting it out there for free.
Where is he?
He lives in the States.
Okay.
He's putting it out there for free. He's not trying to make any money off it.
So do you think that's a wise thing for him to do?
Yeah, because if he doesn't do it that way, he's not patenting it. He's putting it out there in a book form and putting it out there for free. You're right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Janet. Yeah, he's not patenting it. He's putting it out there. He says patenting your invention is the dumbest thing you can ever do. That's what he says. Because if it gets in the wrong hands, it's not going to benefit anybody. So there's no monetary value that makes sense for him to actually do that. Because his intention is to make the world cleaner by using it to make using the plastic to make the fuel.
The plastic, yeah.
And in an age where there's so much plastic, it's the most brilliant way to actually clean the environment.
Yes.
I don't care how much fuel they get from the plastic. If you are out here cleaning up plastic and getting fuel from that, taking the plastic and getting fuel from that, and the fuel is actually cleaner than the actual fuel that we're used to. He has done tests on Ferrari, all different types of vehicles. So there's no, man, you need to check this dude out, man.
Yeah, what's his name?
What's his name on Instagram again? Hold on, let me just go to this video here. I look at the Nature Job. That's his name, Nature Job. On TikTok, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Nature Job, JAB. The Nature.
Yes.
One word.
Okay.
You can check him out, man.
I will. As soon as my jump off here, I go on there.
He has had some scary moments on his.
Okay.
Yeah, like people out here literally watching him, like drones, all different type of scary stuff has happened. But
okay, remember when I ask you if you think it's the right thing for him to do, when I asked that question, this is what I was thinking, because I'm thinking these people now, they're gonna be watching him, they're gonna be like, I'm a black man. Yeah.
You see what that says?
No, I can't see properly because the lighting.
He says they tried to silence me. That's why I disappeared online. Let me play the audio for you. Hold on.
Yes.
Same month when I implemented those solar panels, something weird happened out on this super isolated piece of property. Well, like I said, you're lucky if you even hear a plane go by. I was out there one night. It was about 10 o'clock at night. Long day of work, because I'd be sleeping inside of my minivan some nights, legit. And then I felt these really deep vibrations through my whole body, shaking my whole car. I'm like, what is that? It was a helicopter flying over. And then I'm like, what? That's weird. I've been out here for a year working on this thing. There has never been a helicopter. There's rotor, literally propeller airplanes that fly here and there, the grain airplanes for farmers, but never a helicopter. So I'm like, that's weird. I got out of my car, looked, and there was this blacked out helicopter flying at the tree line, super low. And I'm like, okay, it has a spotlight on it too. I'm like, okay, I guess it's just flying by, whatever. Okay, boom, flew over, it circled back around me again. Like, okay, that's weird, but I'm not gonna freak out. Then it did it again. I'm like, oh hell no! I got my phone out. I have it on. We got the video. I recorded that helicopter because it circled me 6 times, and the spotlight was really shining directly into the windshield of my van. I was getting ready to just drive off that night because I'm like, what is going on? And then it flew off. But like I said, at that point, I got it on camera. I was posting stories about it on Instagram. And at this point, I think I had like 1 million followers on Instagram, 2 million on TikTok, 500,000 on YouTube or whatever, or 500,000. And I'm posting about this, and everybody's like, "Yo, man, that's some agency or something." And I'm like, I don't know who that was. It was they. Yeah, and I'm like, I guess they think I'm just making like whiskey out here or something, doing something illegal or whatever. That, trying to be as optimistic as possible. But then the month after that, now we're in June of 2025. Now the month after that, all of a sudden, one day I wake up, and then my phone is completely hacked. Like I had an iPhone at this time, and it was completely hacked. Like hacked to the degree where somebody was able to tap into the mic of the phone, tap into the camera of the phone, had access to every picture, anything I did on the phone. How do you know that?
Oh my word.
I would literally be talking to like my family members about what was going on, and they get text of what I was saying. I'm like, what in the world is going on? This is like something from a movie. And then I know they had access to my entire phone. You know why? Because I had a picture of my phone on my phone with my driver's license that I use like for applications, whatever. And that picture of my driver's license that was only on my phone got uploaded to my Instagram account.
Wow. Oh my.
And then I looked at my Instagram, and then I'm like, okay, somebody hacked in, obviously. But then I looked in the logins. There were no logins. It said, you posted it to your Instagram account. I said, no, I did it. And I'm like, oh, I kind of get it now. There's some type of malware or bug on my phone to where somebody literally is essentially in my phone. And then I finally got everything situated about a month later. And I came back and made the video where I'm like, it was hackers, guys. They got into my stuff. And then on top of that, like I forgot to mention, on top of all this, just a month before the hack, I had that helicopter flying over. So people put all that together. And they're like, oh, they got this guy. He's done. It's crazy, but we got to that video where you had. Exactly. So, yep. Because the investors was in August. So yeah, then I showed Clay Investors, and then I was like, he's here. Yeah, and then everybody was like surprised to see me because everybody was like he was missing. So then it was crazy because when I was there, I was just going because I'm like, I just want to see what's up. Like I didn't go as like I don't know security or anything. I just showed up as myself, nothing. And every time I went, I was swarmed. Like I couldn't walk. Anyway, even when there were some moments, that where the stage is, it's like dark in there, and I'm dark skinned, so I'm like, I got an advantage. I can do a little sneak effect. Let me go step in the corner of this dark room, and I can finally just be people would find me, and then before I knew it, I'd be swarmed. Everybody would be wanting to interview me and take pictures with me, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. And then I ran into you guys, and at that point, that's why I'm like, yes, please let me in the video. It's been a rough day out here, like, oh my goodness, anywhere I go, I tell you, in the bathroom, it didn't matter. But it did show that what that showed me though was that my theory of doing this approach of sharing online works. Because even though that was a situation where I know I wasn't kidnapped, but I was under attack, people were not silent. The news didn't want to pick up on it, but people that made it the news. Everywhere I was in South Africa publications, France, Germany, Mexico, United States, like Daily Mail, everywhere. There were blog posts, everybody was posting about it because the people did not let it be silent. Nobody let that, like every social media, well, not every social media creator, but tons of huge social media creators were talking about it. Kyrie Irving was talking about it. I mean, like, it was crazy. And that goes to show me that, like...
Yo, shout out to Kyrie Irving, bro. Kyrie Irving is tapped into everything, bro. Real talk.
Yes, this approach of sharing this with everybody and making it the world's journey is advantageous because nobody will ever let this be like other passive ventures where it could just be snuffed out easy. It's going to be a fight to snuff this out because nobody's going to just let it lay low when something happens. Because here's the crazy thing. I don't know who it was that hacked into my stuff. But I'll tell you this. I had access to my page, okay? And since all this was happening, my page shot up. Like I was at 1 million followers when it started, and at the end of the hack, I was at like 2.5 million because of all the publicity. But anyway, they had access to my humongous page that had some more views than ever. And they didn't use that opportunity to go in there and like post some type of like crypto scam to make money or post about themselves for publicity. Their only motive was to break my spirit. Their only motive was to post personal things about me, things about my address and my family to try to discourage me. And what that goal to show me was whoever this was that had these crazy means to hack into me like this, they're intimidated just by the fact of what I'm doing.
Facts.
There's all type of theories you can go down. Oh, you ain't gotta go down that hole. Who do you think could be intimidated? You could just go down a rabbit hole yourself.
Yo, I'm telling you,
See how see how God worked? I was just telling you about what happened to him. Some weird stuff. Yeah. And that's the exact video I come across.
They do this for Dr. Sabi as well. Look what they do to Dr. Sabi as well. So
this is what they do, but you know, this is the age of technology, like he's saying. You know, it's different. If Dr. Sabi was in this time right now, if Marcus Garvey was in this time right now, they couldn't have done that to Marcus Garvey.
No, they couldn't.
They couldn't have done it. They couldn't have done it. Imagine Marcus Garvey, the following he had in that time. Imagine the following he would have right now.
He would have had now, yes.
He didn't have the advantage of media and social media. Imagine the power of his message resonating all over the world.
All over the world.
Oh my God, the type of financial support that he would have gotten is absolutely ridiculous.
That's true.
Insane. They could not have stopped him. He would have had countries behind him. Like really powerful countries in Africa behind him. Saying, yo, listen, you gotta come down here. We're gonna use this model that you got, and we're gonna build. We're gonna build. You know what I mean? But they would have tried something, you know, still, obviously.
But you know what? You know? It's so sad that people like this young guy, they rise up, and instead of you pushing them and make sure that what they have go forward for the better of the people, you know, in this world, you try to get rid of them, you silence them because
sorry. And people still are living in the classroom today, and this man take up 17 million. You could have take up the 17 million and clear out the people and we are sleeping at the classroom them still. But you take up $17 million gangi church. Cause you want the Christian them pound say, but God sits high and look down low. Only is a wicked set of people. A wicked set of people, Jamaica. Can you imagine? But I left for no. I left for no to the people of this country. I left for no to the people of this country. As I get ready to open the phone lines, one more message we have for the labor rights there. But no, listen, this good Jamaica. Listen as I get ready to open the phone lines. One charge to the labor rights.
All of the JLP supporters them, all who voted Andrew Wadianse third term. Please me a beg you, we are on unban no man. Do me a beg you, we are on unban. A lot of people coming on my car, I say boy driver $100 me have. But you me can't know the JLP them different from the comrades. Me have to just a giddy blind. Please me a beg you JLP supporter. We're up on an unban, man.
That is
if you're not proud of JLP and proud of third term, we're up on an unban, no do. Please. Yeah, man. Respect.
I wonder if you don't hear that a while ago, Jamaica. We are calling on the labor rights them who vote in this government. We need to identify UNO. Because nobody no poverty and poor like a UNO no call down destruction for the country going forward by putting them back in power. So one more time from the top again as we get ready to open the phone lines.
All of the JLP supporters them, all who voted Andrew Wadianse third term. Please me a beg you, we are on an unban no man. Do me a beg you, we are on an unban. A lot of people coming on my car, I say boy driver $100 me have. But you me can't know the JLP them different from the comrades. Me have to just a giddy blind. Please me a beg you JLP supporter. We're up on an unban no man. If you're not proud of JLP and proud of third term, we're up on an unban no do. Please. Yeah man, respect.
Mighty God, I share the same sentiments. How are the labor rights them there? Where are they? Good afternoon, voice, Nicholas, all who are here. Want to think about the affairs of the country, but we want to hear from Uno. How you feel?
First and foremost, Dre, I must tell you, when they open up the new parliament, there has to be a blogger's stand. Because I think we're doing far more than what the average Jamaican expects of us.
Yes, this is
and
true.
so I commend you that we are the voice of the people of Jamaica because we not afraid to call up on the opposition and accept that we fall asleep. And we stand with Nikisha Burchell this morning. All road must block and Jamaica people need to know, say, we're in deep waters. So I'm going to put it short. The people in abroad who are sending the money go get the government of Jamaica for help. Stop. Because the evidence is here that the money come and them are pocketing now. And the free words, you know. The evidence is there that the people must get 500, I get 75. So the all accounts lead to donation need to stop. Because here is the scam. The minister must come forward who wants some resignation. The parliament no fear happen. No, we are called upon the PNP them to make problem in Jamaica now. Now is the time because they must come out to all the donation. I heal.
Well said, my brother. Big up yourself every time. King Lord Wagwan. King Lord, you there?
Yes, Dre. Good afternoon. Yeah, man, there. Good afternoon. Brother, I'm not lie. Today, I like the energy. This is what me I talk about with us. We need to stop playing defense. You understand what I say? We need to start all these criminal government accountable. Marky G, me respect you, me support you, but you need to stop playing this nice guy. Because criminal Andrew Holness now play nice guy, you know. And you see the media is not with you. The people is with you and that's all you need. That's all you need. Once you have the people, that's it. Dennis Garden didn't do anything wrong. You understand? Dennis Garden Company help the people of Jamaica. You understand? Because Jamaica don't have any hospital. So with you, I say you tell them to step aside. Me never agree with it, as you can see in the chat. But me I say, you know what? Marky G, you know what you do. But sometimes, when the JLP then do anything, Andrew Holness don't come out and say nothing. You need to start do the same thing. When them ask you, you ignore them. Go ask criminal Andrew Holness about the JLP and for them corruption. I know me a government. You understand me I say? I'm not lie. I agree with everything what you said this morning. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000. So you need to start beat them. And through the party, we need to tell them what we want them to do. You understand me I say? I'm a rate that this morning program. Keep doing the good work, brother, and thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Blessings every time. Little Miss ready? Before we go to advocate. Little Miss there? Little Miss like she busy. Alright, make me move on to advocate. Wagwan, my brother.
Dre.
Wagwan.
Two things will come to do.
Talk to me.
One, Nikisha is currently at a roadblock. They're protesting in South St. James right now.
What you say?
Right? Yeah, man, I send it to you for a man, you know, but you need to watch up your something then.
Oh.
Yeah, man. Them a protest about the road that broke off a Spring Mount. I don't know, they're not put no remedy or no, they're not coming with nothing but to make the people them gain back access, and then the other side of the road is too bad for everybody to drive on.
Yes.
A couple of people will go over the precipice already and nothing has been done.
So no attention to this guy
right now.
Yeah.
And she's currently there dealing with that. The next thing, right? You talk about the churches and them giving the churches money. Did you see over the weekend when they said that they're looking to the churches now to be shelters?
Yes.
So you realize the type of government that they're running now. So then give them the money to clean up and make themselves be the next shelter. So that them a try for the right this and then.
So them a bribe them.
Exactly. So you go.
Bribery, yes. Boy, me I tell me brother, this country is a joke. This country is a joke. Anyway, bless up yourself. Blessings every time, advocate. One I move. Little miss you there? Look like little miss kinda busy. Alright. Jamaica, I don't know what we are going to do as a country, you know. I don't know what we're going to do as a country. But you soon hear say Nikisha Burchell this and Nikisha Burchell. How many times the woman come out passionately and ask and a plea to the government to do something about those roads, and nothing is being done. So now that's the resident force and take matters in there and block the road now. You got hear say South St. James this, and you got see them start come out now and start label Nikisha Burchell, but none of them were there to answer to the cry when she came out peacefully and I asked for some attention. Alright, advocate, I'm going to check my message now. Eh? You gonna see them come out now, you know, and attack the MP for South St. James and say, oh, had this seat here, had this she know about, a war about them, and but nobody was there. Eh? When she came out peacefully and was asking for some attention. So it is full time now, the residents, they cannot take anymore. And Homer Davis sat there for an entire term and decide to sabotage the people them. This woman means business. And them vote her in because they saw something in her to bring about the change they need. And she asked Uno, she talked to Uno, and nothing done. So now them block the road. The good have to go suffer for the bad. Road have to black, man. It have to black. Some now go like it. But enough is enough. We need some attention. The woman even come say if I use one bulldozer and grade off the road. Cause the road choppy and come in like step. You can't drive pan. So come in with one bulldozer and push it off. Flatten it. And then as time progress, you throw a little mal panny. As time progress, you do enough to do. But ease the burden of the people. Ease the burden of the people. She has been lobbying, she has been talking, and she come in peace. And she asks NWA, and she asks the Minister of Public Works, and nothing do. It is clear them a sabotage the PNP MP them. So now that's they take matters in their own hands. Labour right down there they suffer and PNP down there suffer. And that when they did want see it, they now know if you go come now, come fix it. I believe that every single time Jamaican people come out and protest in peace, nothing happen. When them behave like hooligan, yeah, and start block the road now and the good are suffer for the bad. You know, see them run come out now. We need to do better as a country. We need to do better as a government. You know, soon hear them turn down pan Nikisha Burchell. Oh, she a war boat. Oh, see that she not know this. Oh, she there. But nobody was there to pick up for the woman. If you say but a long time she a talk about this. Had it been in the did act when she come out, it wouldn't reach yes. Nobody now go hold her to that standards, you know. Them a go come out now if you can crucify the woman. Well, we no care as long as Garland people and Hanchovy people love her and South St. James. We no care who want love her in a Jamaica as long as South St. James people like her. We no care. We don't care what the labor rights wants to say. As long as South St. James love her, that's all that matters. Enough is enough now, Jamaica. Enough is enough. Too much now. Too much now, Jamaica. Eh? Well, now that we have that out the way, I'm going to take a break. And when I come back, Jamaica, give me 1 minute. When I return, we're going to ask, who is the Minister for Agriculture? When we come back, we head over to St. Elizabeth.
Clause 19 deals with plans, but it speaks to that the authority must update plans periodically, and after any material change in the plan, the authority shall review and update plans periodically, and after any material change of which the authority has noticed and that is likely to adversely affect or delay the implementation of the plan. That is dealt with there, but my question in relation to that is, material changes in these approved plans should be promptly reported to the minister and should be brought to the attention of the cabinet. Because if there's an adverse effect in a major project that is cost related, it is vital that that information be shared promptly and should not be within the bosom of the authority when at the end of the day it's going to become something that the public person will have to address. So I think that there should be something that deals with these material changes and they need to report them on a prompt basis through the minister to the cabinet. Madam Speaker, since I have limited time and I have a lot more I'd like to say, but I'm not going to be permitted to do so, I just want to make a point here. There's a provision for directives that the MARA can give directives to these approving entities, which are local authorities and other bodies that deal with project approvals. And these directives are under a regime here. There's no transparency in relation to directives that are given. The directives don't have to be gazetted according to this. There's no report to Parliament on the directives that have been given. So what you have is now effectively second-guessing the agencies of the state or the bodies that are normally responsible for the approval process, imposing their own views on what the approval should or shouldn't say, and there's no transparency around that. And that should be, to my mind, and I would like to see provisions that require these directives to be made public through the Parliament. There should be a reporting mechanism on them. And I think the absence of that is a dangerous thing to build into a law of this nature. And then, of course, there are the step-in arrangements, where if the authority issues a directive and the approving entity, the local authority or other regulatory body doesn't comply, then the minister can effectively step in under clause 24. And the minister may by order approve an application made subject to any terms and conditions, vary, modify or remove a term, condition or qualification to which an approval was made subject, and so on. Again, we need transparency with respect to step-in orders. They should be made public, they should be posted on the NARA website, they should be included in semi-annual reports to Parliament, because effectively what this is saying is that the minister can override what all the entities that the law has established to perform certain functions or may have decided are the conditions of approval of a particular project, or the decision whether to approve or refuse. There ought to be transparency in the legislation in relation to these step-in requirements. This is a very extraordinary regime. It's an extraordinary regime. There's no existing regime like it, and so and therefore there ought to be proper transparency in relation to it. I move to part 4 of the bill. I only have a minute left. Part 4 has this provision where this bill is brought to an end. We don't know when the minister responsible for this legislation will decide that the date of dissolution should arise. But when that decision is made, the authority is automatically dissolved. And when the conception of this as something that relates only to Hurricane Melissa reconstruction, when that was clearly the purpose of this, I could understand why they would have that in there. But given that this has morphed now into a regime for facilitating the expedition of private sector projects, I'm not quite sure why we still have this automatic dissolution arrangement in it. It doesn't really seem to make sense to me. I'd like to hear why they consider that to be appropriate. And there also, I noticed where it says, on the day of dissolution, all monies which became payable to the authority shall be paid into the consolidated fund. But if you have pending or incomplete projects, and all those resources now go into the consolidated fund, it could significantly delay the execution of those incomplete projects. I think there needs to be some thought put into that. And my last comments are in relation to in the schedule, Madam Speaker, there's no annual performance reviews provision for the CEO. There's no provision in terms of revocation of appointments. There's nothing to do with failure to achieve contracted deliverables or to satisfy key performance indicators. It is not the normal thing you would expect in a contract of employment with a senior executive. The provisions are more what you're accustomed to see in relation to an officer who's holding a public office rather than somebody running an organization as a CEO. And I think that is a peculiar thing. And the last point, Madam Speaker, is just to say these provisions which allow the CEO to sign authorizations under the seal of the authority on his own and to sign contracts and other documents on his own with no oversight. Dangerous. This, from a governance perspective, this legislation is an aberration. It needs to be.
Lead up opposition, your mic is off. Lead up opposition, your mic.
So the dirty lady turned off the opposition mic. She couldn't give him 10 more seconds to finish. But anyway, enough with she. This is a release from the People's National Party. Powell raises constitutional alarm over Speaker's impartiality as energy concern. Energy uncertainty freezes investors' confidence. Kingston, Jamaica, April 21st. Opposition spokesperson on energy and telecommunication, Philip Powell, today raised a formal matter of Parliament principle, warning that the perceived erosion of the Speaker of the House's constitutional impartiality represents a threat to the integrity of the Jamaican democracy itself. In his presentation today, Mr. Powell said, the chair of the committee of the House exists above the partisan divide as the guardian of fair process for all members. Government and opposition alike, the Speaker's recent presence in contentious committee meeting in a manner perceived as lending support to the government position is without modern precedents in this parliament. That protection is not a courtesy, it is a constitutional obligation. Paul will link the government failure of institutional governance directly to its failure of energy governance, warning that the minister's conduct on the JPS license renegotiation has generated an atmosphere of relegatory uncertainty that is actively deterring investment in Jamaica's energy sector. As evident, he cited the case of Sonterra and Wington, to whom license for 100 megawatts of solar generation capacity were issued more than a year ago. To date, not even the power purchase agreement with JPS has been concluded. Investors are reluctant to commit in an atmosphere of regulatory uncertainty, and that delay translates directly into higher electricity prices for every Jamaican consumer. Paul will call on the government to abandon the unnecessary exercise of contracting foreign advisors to provide proceed immediately to substantive negotiation with JPS. So he's saying, stop contracting foreign advisors and proceed immediately to a substantive renegotiation with JPS. Zane, so
I want to get the position now. Look what I do to the Jamaican people. That's why I'm telling you, say, people of Jamaica, vote for who represent up on the level who only deserve to be represented. Do that. Vote for those hypocrites who lash out for what they wanted when they're opposition, and when they become leaders, they turn their backs. Wicked. Eh? You calling for body cams when you were opposition leader, and look at you now. Look at you now, criminal. Look at you now, Lucifer. Oh my God. Feel it from a people, y'all. Mr. Honest.
Renewed conversation about the use of body-worn cameras by members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force has been going on for well over a year. Civil society groups such as Jamaicans for Justice have made repeated calls to Minister Chang and the JCF High Command to update the country on the procurement and use of the cameras. The JCF revealed that last year it had procured 1,000 devices in the first quarter of 2025. But the Independent Commission of Investigations has reported that no camera had been used in any of the specific instances linked to the multiple police fatal shootings since. Minister Chang says body-worn cameras in high-risk operations are not a vital.
This thing that you must wear a camera when you're going to look for a man who has an M16 that fires 60 rounds per second. It's a crazy idea. You know, I would have carried it, but that was even my stuff. When your guns start going across your head, or over your head, you're going to dive, you're going to find cover, even if you're a policeman, and look for a place where you can find a space to, in fact, return fire. No research have shown cameras, no research, and you can quote me, that cameras are a valuable piece of tool in special operations of that sort.
Minister Chang further explained that body-worn cameras are more suited for instances in which lawmen interact with civilians in public spaces.
You can't send an officer in there just with a marked car with lights blaring. They're gone. So you send a special squad in there, they're at risk. They'll be killed if they're not careful. And they can't go with cameras. Cameras make them a target. They might find somebody, they might find nobody. The police does that all the time. So it has to be the decision of the Commissioner of Police who wears the camera, where and when. It's part of police equipment, like anything else. So we buy the cameras, buy them, the police use them.
Amid the calls from civil society groups for the cameras to be used in planned operations, Dr. Chang says those demands reinforce the notion that the force is corrupt. He says he can't support actions which paint the force in that light.
There is a legacy issue that we have where elements of the public assume that those of us who are elected are corrupt. It assumes that those who have authority are corrupt. So the idea is that the police is a corrupt body to extort people. It's a wrong legacy, it's incorrect, and I cannot support anything that seeks to reinforce that. And that's what the call for cameras to be used all the time does. We are not objecting to criticism, but it's time we trust our own people and time we respect our own professionals.
Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we just hear Horace Chang a while ago that, body-worn cameras, according to Horace Chang, it's not really a thing. Like, you don't really need body-worn cameras in these special operations because some type of light or something upon it will go cause them to be identified when they're coming. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. That is a load of hogwash. All the countries around the world that are civil society, that means, first world, when they are going on operation, all of the special teams have body-worn cameras on them. All of them. You're telling me that they don't have a camera that have night vision, that don't need a light? You're telling me there's not specific technology out there for you to have a camera on you that doesn't compromise your location? Rubbish! Absolute rubbish! Horace Chang and Andrew Onis, both of them expose themselves, and people who need to call a spade a spade. These, as far as I'm concerned, Horace Chang and Andrew Onis, based off the clip that I have played, are telling you that their way of solving crime in Jamaica or bringing down crime is to eliminate, and I repeat, eliminate, erase, eradicate the citizens of Jamaica. Right? We heard Andrew Ones said that he wants to use these emergency powers to catch criminals that hide behind the protection of being a citizen of the country. Not my word. He's the one that said it. What more do you want? Tell me the truth. What more do you guys want? They are telling you the quiet part out loud. What more do you guys want? What more you need to say? You know something? This is wrong and we have to stand up against it. What are you guys waiting on? That's my thing. What are you actually waiting on? Please make it make sense, Jamaica. Please make it make sense. And to make matters worse, what we're looking at on the screen is Andrew Ones in his fine form of being the biggest hypocrite. This is the biggest hypocritical leader or prime minister or politician we have ever seen in the history of Jamaica. In 2014, this man was asking and pushing for cameras and cops. And now his deputy prime minister is totally against it, you know, and letting us know he's actually throwing Kevin Blake under the bus. Kevin Blake, come to the front of the class. He's actually throwing Kevin Blake under the bus, ladies and gentlemen, and saying that it is up to Kevin Blake whether or not Kevin Blake wants to, where he uses these cameras. It is solely up to him. So now Jamaica, the blood is on Kevin Blake's hands, you know. Remember, he's telling us that we should just trust the police. And saying, and he's also blaming the opposition. He's saying that they have inherited corruption and lack of confidence in police from the opposition. But they have been in power more. The JLP has been in power for more years in this country. But he wants to blame not only Kevin Blake, but the People's National Party. What is he talking about? The 4 years that Mama P was in power? 300 plus people did not die by the hands of the police under any years of Mama P. The most people that died by the police was under the JLP, the Tivoli Garden incursion. Talk to me nice. Talk to me nice. No, go look it up. This is unbelievable. These people are unconscionable. They are liars and they are hypocrites. I'm not going to mix my words. They are liars and they are hypocrites. We have pointed it out time and time again, Jamaica. So this argument that you're supposed to blame the PMP and it was inherited. Wait a minute. Isn't Mama, what's her name? Marissa Dalrymple, didn't she lie to the Integrity Commission? Wasn't she charged? Doesn't that create mistrust among law-abiding, sensible citizens of Jamaica? Andrew Ones is uncertified. Cannot prove to us how he made his money. Toronto, Canada in the building. Big up. Mama San, me soon add you. See? Right? This man asked for body-worn cameras in 2014. Now we have to ask ourselves, what has changed? What has changed, Jamaica? The man do one complete 360. The man got in the opposite direction. Mighty God of Daniel, I want to blame the opposition. Look how much levels of mistrust. Bobby Montague situation with the youth car them. I want to put him back in the office. I want to expect us to trust no Andrew Wheatley. I want to expect us to trust no Dana Van Williams. I want to expect us to trust no Jamal Ferguson, law-abiding citizen, coming from work, open the door for the police, 20 odd police, life taken. And we supposed to trust no? Jamaica, we are in deep DODO. if you don't get up and wise up and rise up like Rasta and Ayman say, and understand the severe position that we are in, that we have a government that is justifying no use of body-worn cameras in these operations when we, the citizens, are concerned about our people's lives being taken by corrupt cops. And we must just, their argument is that we must just trust them because our concerns are unfounded. They lack credibility. That's what they're saying, you know. But we have the big hypocrite, liar leader, Andrew Holness. Because we catch him on so much lie, I'll call it Bill catch him on lie what here. 2 line telling our parliament. In our statement, but what? You know, we have cut the debt in half. No debt, no cutting and no half. You don't understand debt to GDP ratio. When you go watch my video on YouTube, make sure you don't miss it. See? Yeah, man. I'll make sure you subscribe to Colin Bell. And subscribe, please. Make sure you subscribe to my platform as well. And follow London 45. London 45, thank you so much for releasing this. I was so unaware. If anybody did tell me this out of their mouth, but I say I lied them, I tell about Andrew Holness. Say Andrew Holness in 2014 was backing body-worn cameras and pushing for it. Unbelievable. What an evil government. But I want to choose Jamaica. I want to choose Jamaica, you know? My God.
Ball out! Whoa, we need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out. From Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody. Man or woman.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world, whatever time you are watching this reaction. So, Horace Chang made some comments recently in regards to body-worn cameras that have sparked intense discussion here in Jamaica as the National Security Minister. I put out videos, I've told you how I feel about it. I'll not repeat. Go and watch it. Now, in this one, I want to share with you, if you have not heard it already, the conversation between Mr. Wayne Lonesome and Mystic Sensation. Alright, so please remember to like the video. Please remember to share the video. Don't keep it to yourself. Make sure you go and subscribe to Mr. Wayne Lonesome and also Mr. Mystic Sensation as well. But this one was on Mr. Wayne Lonesome platform, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so let's get right into it.
Good morning, fam. We're going to we have to teach them some little things also because, you know, Dr. Crab come out with him bullshit. And you have to teach them the thing by that. Because them have to know and people them to start studying them things, you know. No politician, no minister cannot give a police directive to come lock up Byron and melted Patar alone, so I'll come kill me. None. If something happen and the police them see that, them have to make a report like me and you, you know better. See, it's there in the Constitution. See? So them know break the laws and come and run out like him want to kill out the one of the black youth them. And them not touch Chinese and them robbery, you know better. You see the arms also going better? Well, I mean, as it is, Wayne, you understand? Let me just greet up all the persons who tune in. Bless up to all the people who tune in to Lonesome. You understand, as it relates to the positive vibration that my brother is bringing out.
the first and foremost thing, my brother, you understand, as it relates to the Constitution,
yes,
as it relates to training up the police individuals, men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, right? None of these entities, right, ever stated where a police officer shall take upon himself to be judge, jury, and executioner. Right? So let us set that clear.
Mm-hmm.
The police officer cannot be judge, juror, and executioner. What does that mean? It simply means that we have a criminal justice system. You understand that break down the categories of the processing of individual, if persons, right, need to be processed, charged, and so forth, and put through the system, and if found guilty, sentenced accordingly. Mm-hmm. That is why the criminal justice system established. So let us deal with this. Now, if someone commits a crime against the state, right? Now, it is not a situation that that person commits a crime personally against you, the police officer. And that's why we ask for you to be professional and execute the job in that professional manner, right? Now, investigation is necessary when you are investigating a case. The collection of evidence is necessary when you are investigating your case. The preservation of the evidence is necessary when you are investigating your case. And when it comes to crime scene case management, it is necessary that you manage the crime scene as it relates to the procedure. So simple means what I'm talking about. I'm talking about any deviation from this is criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you can't, as I said earlier, that you can't be judge, jury, and executioner. That is not how it works. Now, properly speaking, let us talk about a worst case scenario. If someone kills someone, and for argument's sake, the police carry out an operation, and you caught the person, right, and the person have a firearm on him, the law nowhere in the Constitution tell you to execute that person. Right? The Constitution and the Jamaica Constabulary Force, right, training manual will tell you that you need to go through the procedure as it relates to due diligence. So there is a wording as it relates to due diligence. What does that mean? It simply means that you must allow all the apparatus that deals with investigation and the procedure of bringing them and stay in the tandem of the law legally. You understand? So that such person can be executed. So such person can be prosecuted as it relates to the criminal justice system. So then, for police to be becoming judge and executioner, right, there is no way in the law to tell a police officer to do that. So that argument. Since I answered that, that is not the primary reason I called this morning. The wonderful topic that you are touching, that people need to be aware as it relates to the monster that we have, Andrew Holness, the corrupter, right, the hypocrite, the deceiver, and the liar that we have, wanting to take Jamaica as it relates to being a dictator. This is where we are at now with the NARA bill. But before I touch the NARA bill, I want to just make a reflection as it relates to there is nothing strange. There is no newness as it relates to what the Prime Minister wanted to create in the NARA bill. You understand? And his dictatorship stand that he wanted to take. If we remember when, as it relates to the constitutional reform that Malawi Fort was spearheaded, remember that Andrew Wallace had done the similar bit, wanted to craft the policies, you understand, so that the opposition, you understand, would totally left out in terms of opposing the government, and there was no chance of being given to the opposition for the opposition to become government, to become government. So just look at that. Remember that Andrew Wallace attempted that, and Mark Golden, right, and the team discovered that was drafted right in the constitutional reform. So people must be out here. This is not the first time that Andrew Holness right, attempted.
You see, this is the reason why I have to listen to when you about Mystic Sensation. Who remember what I'm just saying a while ago? Who remember say Andrew Williams did actually try that? Who remember? So, you see when we come out and we say they literally put this bill together, this is my perspective. This is my opinion. I believe they knew exactly what they were doing, and I don't know. I don't know if they're desperate. I don't know what would motivate them to put this bill forward. What did they think? The PMP wouldn't see it? They think Marky G wouldn't be looking at Nara carefully? After Andrew Williams goes a box and tell Mark Gold and say, listen, you want to be a part of all of this, but I don't know how to use you. And I said to myself, I did a video on my TikTok and I said, yo, you telling me you don't know how to use a genius? The man is a genius. The man has proven himself in the justice ministry. The man has helped craft one of the most important laws where our debt is concerned. So that we don't violate any IMF deal ever again, like the Jamaica Labour Party did in Bruce Golding and Andrew Williams 4 years. Right? Mark Golding was an integral part of that. The man is a genius, the man is a nerd. I keep telling people. So in our most vulnerable time as a country, when we need what? We need to rebuild. You're telling me that you're not going to take the advice of a Mark Golding? The man said, listen, get all stakeholders together. Everybody that is going to be needed to rebuild Jamaica. Put them together in a room. Let's work this out, how we're going to rebuild. No, Andrew Williams said, I am going to work it out. I'm going to do it my way. And his way is what he presented so far. You're telling me that he did not know what he was doing? Man, miss me with that. I don't believe that. I believe he knew exactly what he was doing. I don't know if it's because of desperation, but you shouldn't be surprised. It's what Mystic Sensation is saying. Let me know what y'all think about that. Let's continue.
Clause, right? In whatever this bill that you want to put in law, right? And in the constitutional reform. So position for the opposition becomes government. You understand, so that the opposition, you understand, would totally left out in terms of opposing the government, and there was no chance of being given to the opposition for the opposition to become government. To become government. So if you look at that, remember that Andrew Williams attempted that, and Mark Golding, right, and the team discovered that was drafted, right, in the constitutional reform. So people must be aware. So this is not the first time that Andrew Williams, right, attempted to put clause, right, in whatever this bill that you want to put in law. Right, Andrew Williams want to be a dictator, and let me say the reason for it. The reason that Andrew Williams want to be a dictator has nothing to do with running country, right? As it relates to move the country, you know, in terms of betterment, yes, moving the country forward, yes, nation building. It has nothing to do with that. What it has to do with is because Andrew Williams realized that all the windows and walls are closing in on him as it relates to the level of corruption that he had done, and what is going to reach him and his administration. He knows that it is just right around the corner. So what Andrew Williams wanted to do, if Andrew Williams wanted to hold on power as long as possible to alleviate, right, the pursuit of his corruption. Well, guess what? Mark Golding, right? Mark Golding anticipates all movements from Andrew Williams. If Andrew Williams think that he's playing chess, well, guess what? Mark Golding is the professor of that chessboard. And Mark Golding is reading every... If Andrew Williams think that he's playing chess, well, guess what? Mark Golding is the professor of that chessboard. And Mark Golding is reading every single move that Andrew Williams made. That is one of the reasons why, right? the leader of the opposition always ensure that any legislation that is going to be attempted to be crossed by Andrew Holness, Mark Golden approach is to comb through that bill, right, with a fine-tooth comb. So then, what this goes to tell you that Mark Golden, right, is indeed a leader that can take us from a situation of disparate and, economic abyss. Mark Golden has the ability, the capacity, you understand, to lead us in that pathway. And Jamaica, it's such a regret. It's such a regret that we did not get the opportunity as it relates to our choice to make that selection, right, as it relates to our leader. One of the atrocities that happened as it relates to going against us is that this administration, right, removed the will of the people. Listen, my brother.
Yes.
This administration, right, had removed the will of the people, forced himself onto the people by stealing the election. You and I, Wade, have solid evidence, and we're not asking. You and I are melting pot, have solid evidence of Andrew Holness stealing the election. We have that evidence. So then, this is what is quite uncomfortable to all of us, because us Jamaican, we did not get to exercise our franchise in choosing our government. So apart of the corruption that Andrew Holness and his administration had premeditatedly done, what is the operative word here? What is the operative word here? Premeditated. Andrew Holness' action is a premeditated action. And guess what? He had executed it. Everything that Andrew Holness had done.
We need some milk.
Was premeditated. Number one, what was the reason for Andrew Holness not to sign the code of conduct while Mark Golden, right, encouraged his men? Mark Golden signed off, and not only that, Mark Golden signed off, Mark Golden also encouraged, right, his subordinates to ensure that they sign the code of conduct. Now, why Andrew Holness deviated from that? Because there was a plan to execute. So one has to see that as it relates to what he had done. You had seen how Andrew Holness, you understand, where no other prime minister had done, right? Going through Cash Plus, going through Olint, going through SSL, robbing investors. Andrew Holness knew very well that Cash Plus was a fancy scheme.
Embarrassing. We need some milk.
Going through Olint, going through SSL, robbing investors. Andrew Holness knew very well that Cash Plus was a fancy scheme, but he was at the top of the pyramid. And so then he doesn't care as it relates to how it is going to affect Jamaica economy. You understand? Robbing investors' money. Benefiting from Olint, right? Robbing investors as it relates to how it is going to affect Jamaica economy. You understand? Robbing investors' money. Benefited from Olint, right? And we are several investors, right, lost their money. Did Andrew Holness stop there? No. The benefits that he achieved being in the hierarchy of the Ponzi scheme, right, have him now to move on because he enjoyed the thievery, the scamming, right, in Olint. That's what he had done. He also half across after Olint, right, damage and everything fall apart. He also up apart. I remember that Daryl Vaz happening along with Andrew Holness. So him and Daryl Vaz, right, in Olint, right, rob investors' money. Then they up across Cash Plus, rob investors' money. After rob investors' money in a Cash Plus, wreck Cash Plus, up across, both him again and Daryl Vaz, right, rob investors' money in SSL. So in terms of investigation and what you have seen and what I have just highlighted, you have clearly seen a pattern of behavior as it relates to Andrew Holness and his high level of criminality, right, that Andrew Holness had executed, you understand, that shut across the beginning of his governance, you understand, as we speak. So this is what Andrew Holness is in. The limbo, the pursuit of investigation by FID, the pursuit of investigation by the Integrity Commission investigators, and what is about to close in on him, right? So his best bet is that if I can hold on to power, as long as I can hold on to power, I will help to crush this. I will help to make it go away. Now, who do you blame for this? Let us zoom in now and see who we blame for this as it relates to why Andrew Holness is so emboldened, why Andrew Holness is continuing, you understand, to involve in corruption, is to the fact that the DPP and the Commissioner of Police, right, are giving Andrew Holness that leverage. The DPP and the Commissioner of Police can rein him in. They can investigate thoroughly, right, and prosecute Andrew Holness. But under the disguise of a salary increase, that I want the people to aware, under the disguise of a salary increase, this is how they now brought out in the bribery and brought now in the corruption and sell them soul to the corruption. Because now to the fact that it's done through, you understand, an increase, right? It is to sell to the public that they have not participated in any bribery. But obviously, when you look and you see how Andrew Holness had given them the increase their pay by 300%, you definitely know that this is where the bribery comes in. You understand? Using legal arms to do that, manipulating legal issues to do that. So you know that this is what Andrew Holness is
something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right.
He play chess.
Tell about
You
them.
understand? It comes in. You understand? Using legal arms to do that, manipulating legal issues to do that. So you know that this is what Andrew Holness talk about. That he does not play draw. He play chess. You understand? So when he cemented himself and hide himself, conceal himself behind the laws, you understand? To use the law, right, to achieve his objective in terms of paying off these people to look away. So then now let us ask the question. When a commissioner of police who used to get $5 million, right, for the year, and here is Prince Andrew, as he was called by MAGNITSKY, right? Here is Prince Andrew, gave to them, handed them, right, chunk of meat on their plate, moving their pay from $5 million to $18 million under the disguise of a salary increase, which is a bribery for them to look away.
We need a divine intervention. We're tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need this. We need this. We need it. Help! Help! Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength. Is a liberator.
Jamaica. You tell me say someone used to get 5 million and Andrew then get 18. That is a severe if that is not a, you tell me say that to motivate them to make sure say them work with this man from 5 million to 18 million. And we see some people where they're in some space of work and get work in a police entity and get big position. Something, alright? People don't like and shut this live. I tell them say that live is serious, no? Every time when I do a serious live them, you no miss it. You no share up the live. Don't make no friend them miss it. Tell themselves forward over here. A dangerous thing this, you know? From 5 billion to 18 million. Mighty God, let's continue.
Bring their pay from $5 million to $18 million under the disguise of a salary increase, which cement as a bribery for them to look away. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the Commissioner of Police is going to pursue Andrew Holness? No, he's not. Because Andrew Holness had given him the money, you understand, as a result of being discreet, you understand, using laws to justify the corruption of bribery. So people need to be aware. As it relates to what Andrew Holness had done. Andrew Holness means because Andrew Holness had given him the money, you understand, as a result of being corruption of bribery. So people need to be aware when that comes with cement as a bribery for them to look away. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the Commissioner of Police is going to pursue Andrew Holness? No, he's not. Because Andrew Holness had given him the money, you understand, as a result of being discreet, you understand, using laws to justify the corruption of bribery. So people need to be aware as it relates to what Andrew Holness had done. Andrew Holness' main focus is not that Andrew Holness wanted to have an increase, right, in salary. Andrew Holness is a billionaire because he had robbed who, you understand, as it relates to tax payers. He had got into the Ponzi scheme, right? And again, right, he had made money through drugs. So all of the components put together is what Andrew Holness wants to hide. But Andrew Holness used taxpayers' money, you understand, to conceal his crime through the process called salary increase. So the salary increase is selective as a result of covering up, you understand, Andrew Holness' wrongdoing and for the main institution as it relates to the anti-corruption bodies, right, to look away. Now, to the fact that he could not get the Integrity Commission investigators brought into his corruption, you understand, he has a problem with them. And to the fact that they are the ones who will serve in Jamaica, you understand, in highlighting the corruption of Andrew Holness. But let me tell you something weird. In due time, Andrew Holness is going to face his judgment. Wayne, you and I know this. That in due time,
it's a must, you know, that's a must.
In due time, Andrew Holness is going to face his judgment. My brother, I am going to leave you, but you know, say, next week Thursday, tell them, Titans, we had fun the Titans next week Thursday.
I worries, brother. Later. All right, brother, yes. All right, brother.
Wow. That was worth it. That was... Yeah, Mystic Sensation hasn't been holding back lately. He is, man. Mystic Sensation, you know when you draw your arrow? Right? You a professional. You know what I'm saying? Boy, these words going straight through the heart of the Jamaica Labour Party leadership. When he talk like that, man. For the people watching this live, man, salute. For the persons watching the recording, I need y'all to hit the like button right now. Share this live stream, man. Tell me what y'all think about what Mystic Sensation said. Oh, and the views and opinions is not necessarily that of my own. Not necessarily. Yeah. Talk to me. Oh, by the way, if you have reached this point of the video and you have not blessed the super chat, I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to bless the super chat. You know what I'm saying? It is available. The donation link is pinned. All of that good stuff. I'm gonna start saying that on these recordings. I haven't been saying that. So when you see this premiere, yeah, help with that live goal for me. And for those that saw it before I said something, appreciate y'all. Yeah, God bless you. And for those that, you know what I'm saying, just hitting that super chat right now, I appreciate you just the same. You know what I mean? Sometimes you need a nudge to go forward. You know what I mean? All right. Let me know what y'all think, man. Mystic Sensation really be hitting hard. I mean, can you disagree with the way how he's thinking about everything? I don't know. The Nara thing, definitely. I'm with him 100%. The other thing that you just talking about right now in terms of all of that stuff, hey, let me know what y'all think. I ain't gonna tell you what I think. I want to know what y'all think. Let me know. That's it.
current form. We also question Young Jamaica's endorsement of it. Urgent reconstruction after Hurricane Melissa cannot justify sacrificing good governance. This bill lacks checks and balances. It creates sweeping powers over billions of dollars while stripping away safeguards for public funds. As MP Peter Bunting said, it is a blank check without guardrails. The bill even indemnifies officials, leaving taxpayers to cover their legal fees. Opposition leader Mark Golding called it bizarre, and he is right. I must acknowledge Government MP Marlene Malahoo Fort. She showed real courage. She broke party lines and demanded that the bill be reworked, noting that no one should provide oversight to themselves. Young people must not abandon our duty to safeguard Jamaica's future. True leadership means standing for accountability. I call on all government MPs and their affiliates to reject any legislation that puts unaccountable power in the hands of a few. The youth of Jamaica must speak for good governance, not blind party loyalty.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on Facebook at
Jamaica. Jamaica, it is important that the PNPYO comes out and make these statements on these important issues and call out Young Jamaica for not having the backbone like Marlene Malahoo Fort had to say, listen, as young people, what we expect from our politicians, this is not it. This need a redo. Anybody that supports the Naira bill in its present form are criminals. I am endorsing what Isaac Buchanan said. Jamaica, they are criminals, Jamaica. This bill is so wrong, it can't wrong no more. You cannot dress it up to make it seem like, yo, it's doing anything good. You get what me I say? It's all bad, Jamaica. Later, me have to play that back one more time, just one more time, with Miss Peter Gay Ferguson. Honestly, terrible, man, terrible.
The following is a
I am Peter Gay Ferguson, General Secretary of the People's National Party Youth Organization. The PNPYO rejects the Naira bill in its current form. We also question Young Jamaica's endorsement of it. Urgent reconstruction after Hurricane Melissa cannot justify sacrificing good governance. This bill lacks checks and balances. It creates sweeping powers over billions of dollars while stripping away safeguards for public funds. As MP Peter Bunting said, it is a blank check without guardrails. The bill even indemnifies officials, leaving taxpayers to cover their legal fees. Opposition leader Mark Golding called it bizarre, and he is right. I must acknowledge Government MP Marlene Malahoo Fort. She showed real courage. She broke party lines and demanded that the bill be reworked, noting that no one should provide oversight to themselves. Young people must not abandon our duty to safeguard Jamaica's future. True leadership means standing for accountability. I call on all government MPs and their affiliates to reject any legislation that puts unaccountable power in the hands of a few. The youth of Jamaica must speak for good governance, not blind party loyalty.
You thought that she was lying. Let me take you to the article. Young Jamaica welcomes Naira as a bold step. Mighty God of that. This is from Our Today. You know what I say? Young Jamaica welcomes Naira as a bold step. Now, the man on your screen, the president, listen, his name has called up in some things, legal things. I don't know why they still have him as the leader. But anyway, and should we expect any better based off those reports that came in the newspaper about him and, you know, minors, yeah, allegations. As a matter of fact, wasn't he charged? Anyway, I'm just saying, questionable character. Young Jamaica, the youth arm of the governing Jamaica Labour Party, welcomes natural reconstruction and resilience, blah, 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 as bold, timely, necessary response to the scale of national recovery required in aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. This bill currently being debated in the lower house of the parliament represents a serious commitment to rebuilding Jamaica with greater speed, stronger coordination, improve. No, you see, this is the thing. Why do you guys just come on and lie to the Jamaican people? Improved accountability, bro. Why is this even a part of this article? Dali, big up yourself. Why is this even a part of the article? And a clear focus on long-term resilience. Alright, so long-term resilience maybe. Strong coordination, even that is questionable. Greater speed, the only thing you could have said about the bill is the speed. But speed without effectiveness means what? Disaster. The establishment of the NARA reconstruction and resilience, blah, 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 strategy, intervention designed to ensure that post-disaster reconstruction is treated with urgency, structure, and vision. That, as a matter of fact, NARA is focused on infrastructure of a different scale. Why isn't there an entity that is dealing with rebuilding people's homes in Jamaica? Why is it that the money focused on that, in rebuilding people's lives, that has lost everything? You know, it's like second nature to this government. How uncaring and evil and wicked can you be? Right? And then I saw a post where the Prime Minister is urging, what? He's urging, I think I have it here too, you know. I was reading it earlier. Is it this? Yes. Yes, this is it. The Prime Minister, look at this now. The Prime Minister urges local contractors to invest into yourself, become more globally competitive. Listen, every other country that I know, with the level of money that is being thrown into NARA in terms of what it would manage for development, the smart thing to do, the wise thing to do is to look to the local contractors to get it done. And there's many benefits of doing that. But this article is telling the world that the local contractors are not up to par and they're not globally competitive. So he's literally throwing them under the bus with this statement. You feel what I say? Literally throwing them under the bus. Why couldn't he come out and say he's confident in the local contractors like how them confident in the police, so them not doing anything wrong? Why them don't show the same confidence in the local, the master builders of Jamaica? In China, you think say you can go there, but you have no foreign entity or do none of them something they were in my plan for do with NARA? Outside people and outside contracts and globally competitive. What? The man never got build for them place to make sure say money stay for them place. Jamaica is the only country in the world. No, well, that's not true. Jamaica is one of the worst countries in the Caribbean to sell out their people. Let me say that. That's a fact. Sell out their people to overseas entities like this. Talking about there, so they should be more globally competitive. Did you mention that when you just came into power? Because you're the builder. Did you mention to the local people, the local contractors, that, yo, listen, we the builders, y'all better get in line so you can get some of these government contracts? Did you mention that before? 10 years down the pipeline, oh, you guys need to become more globally competitive. And if you did, I'll apologize, but I doubt that you did. You know, rate Jamaican people, brother. He's a waste man, brother. I come talk about what? PM urges local contractors to invest in. Yo, that's like him promising us that he's gonna do STEM school, and then we don't have no STEM school. And then the man come out January talking about, you know, one of the greatest problems that we have. One of the greatest problems that we have, you know, is that we don't have enough skilled workers. What did you do to change that? What did you do? Nothing. You come out and just chat off your mouth when you get money for the STEM school, and then no STEM school will be all now. Yo, this dude, man, listen. Y'all let me know what y'all think, man. This dude pissing me off on a real level. I can't do this. This don't make no sense. And you, the Jamaican people, that voted. Y'all chose Jamaica, you know that? This is what you chose. Somebody that is going to just give away the money that we have to go pay for to foreign and global competitors and not the contractors out here. Listen to me. That money, and I'm going to be unapologetic. Hold the contractors accountable. See? Find the best ones. But you see, 70% of that money should be guaranteed to be spent here in Jamaica. I'm not saying not have no outside competitors of global, but you should take care of home first. Let it be that there is credible contractors here in Jamaica to do the job that is necessary here in Jamaica. Let it be that they are the ones that get the favoritism. 70% of the money should be spent in Jamaica. Tourism benefit who? Really? Tourism benefit, Mr. Record, tourism benefit who? Really? Most of the money in the tourism I go offshore. Now this is money where we have to pay for now, I go offshore. The way all these people are thinking and the way the man are show the man them on the bus. You know, I want to say big up to the People's National Party for staying active and on top of the very various issues that is coming out. And Peter Gay Ferguson, like I said, keep blazing the fire. It is welcome. You understand me? I deal with and I love it. Right? And I mean, Miss Janice Allen, I think you should really be more vocal where Cornwall Regional Hospital is concerned. That is your ear, that is your baby. I know the people did not come out for you on election day, but please, I'm encouraging you. This issue should not be you should be on the government like white on rice every chance you get, and especially the MP for the constituency, the one that them say beat you. You should be on him like white on rice every chance you get. Mr. Patrick Peter King, boy, when me see you come out on this, me know say it's serious because I have not heard from you since the election. So me know say this legit serious. You is not the type of person to come out on political pageantry. You just to me, when me look at you from analyzer from the time when me say you talk, you look like one no nonsense type of brother. So it's very, very serious, and I'm calling on what's your name? The Speaker of the House. Fix this problem in the constituency. You want Andrew constituency supposed to be a beacon constituency where everybody can look to and say, that is how you run a constituency. Being the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's wife. No apology. But let me know what y'all think in the comment section, man. That's it.
Meanwhile, ground has been broken for a new housing development in St. Mary. The project, located in Galena, is expected to provide much-needed homes and boost economic activity. Details from Yannick Williams.
The sound of applause marked the start of a new chapter for housing development in St. Mary, as government officials, stakeholders, and residents gathered for the groundbreaking ceremony of the Galena housing development. The project, situated in the community of Galena, forms part of the government's broader push to increase access to affordable housing across the island. Delivering the keynote address, Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness emphasized the administration's commitment to improving living conditions and creating sustainable communities.
The Galena housing development represents a deliberate and strategic investment in people. It reflects a clear understanding that housing is not just a social good, it is a central pillar of economic growth, community stability, and national resilience. At a cost of approximately $1.99 billion, this development will deliver 360 housing solutions across 72 acres of land in close proximity to Galena, Port Maria, and Oracabessa.
The Prime Minister noted the development will be of quality and affordability and will include modern infrastructure, access roads and essential services aimed at enhancing the quality of life for future residents. He says it is expected to not only provide housing solutions, but also generate employment during both the construction and occupancy phases, and to also address the housing deficit in Jamaica.
We have to put on these ceremonies. They don't have to be ceremonial, but we have to have a marker in time where we are able to explain to the country what it is we are doing to relieve this structural supply issue that we have in our housing market, which creates the deficit in housing.
The project is being spearheaded through the collaboration between government agency and private sector partners as part of a wider national housing strategy. Yannick Williams, TVJ News.
A police station is under siege by the elements. There are serious concerns in St. Mary after heavy rains exposed the fragile state of the Richmond police station. Despite promises of action, the building remains compromised and repairs entangled in delays linked to the courthouse above.
The rain has stopped, but inside the Richmond police station, the damage is still speaking. Water stains, sagging sections, and a structure barely holding together. Buckets catching water as it pushed its way through the ceiling. This is where lawmen and women are expected to serve. The officers are exposed and infrastructure is failing. On Thursday, they were forced to take cover, not from criminals, but from the rain itself.
When it rains, they have to be using umbrella, they have to be hiding from the elements, and it's not a good look.
But this is more than just a leaking roof. The police station and courthouse share the same structure. Repairs to the police station below are being held hostage by destruction above.
The work that was being done at the police station is now being slowed up, or was being slowed up because of no activity as it relates to repairs to the courthouse.
That courthouse, damaged during Hurricane Melissa, now stands as a barrier to urgent fixes. After mounting pressure, Member of Parliament for South East St. Mary, Christopher Brown, says the government has promised to address the issue.
I was there with the contractor, the Ministry of Justice and the Court Administration Department, because those works are going to be proceeding.
Behind the scenes, discussions are underway with Justice Minister Delroy Chuck, contractors and court officials to move faster, as the current conditions are unacceptable. A justice system under strain, literally from the roof down.
Some action and plans are afoot to properly house the men and women of the JCF in Richmond during the duration of the repairs of both the courthouse and the station, so that they are not exposed to the elements as they are now.
Sandy Williams, TVJ News.
Here we have the Spark program derail. More than 250 roads scheduled to be improved under the government's multi-billion-dollar flagship program might not be touched. Persons are now have to go content with the fact that roads promised for rehabilitation under the shared prosperity through accelerated improvement to our road network Spark program will not materialize. Here we have another disgrace where over $40 billion were allocated to Nesta Morgan. He is the minister with responsibility for public works. What happened to the $40 billion when Nesta get to fix the Spark roads? For you now to come and tell us that they will not be materialized. Okay, no problem. We understand. Well, where the balance are we money there? Because if you say 10 road are go fix in each constituency, and PNP and JLP must provide them 10 road where they are go submit, and they have done so, Up to now, we not see none of fix. And if any fix are 1 or 2 out of the 10, but you allocated $40 billion, and the $40 billion allocated is to fix the 1010 road them in each 63 constituency. So how is it that una can tell we now so we were deceived? Eh? Where is Richard Azan, the PNP spokesperson on public work? No, they start to come and explain to us. We understand the road them now by the fix. Okay, where the balance are we money there? Where is it? Me understand. So no care about the fix the 1010 road in the constituency. Okay, no problem. The money was allocated for them, $40 billion. If we not by the fix, where the balance of the money there? And that we want, we don't care about our rights. And fulfilling the obligations of fixing the 10 road per constituency. Okay, we understand. We give God thanks on a fix 2 or 3 out of the 10. Okay? 7 or 8 road number that go fix, no problem. But the money collect for fix 10. So if you can't fulfill the obligation, where the balance of the money there? Because Spark is a contractual agreement. Where is the balance of the Spark program money? Yeah, we get it, so no can't bother fix it. The contractual agreement cannot be fulfilled. No problem. But you get the money if you do the work. So, what happened to the balance of the money? Eh? Fearless PNP Queen B, I just a good question them they ask them. We are ask them, my friend, and we need some answers. No problem. We understand, say, we no collect the $40 billion. I want to tell you, say, we must select 10 roads in each constituency, which we have done so. Alright? 1 and 2, some constituency fix 3 out of the 10. 7 out of 10 no fix yet. No problem. We understand, say, things are going to happen now and we cannot fulfill the needs of the other 7 road. No problem. But bear in mind that UNO budget for 63 constituency MPs must get $40 billion and it must be shared equally amongst the 63 constituencies then, where all constituency MPs must select 10 road in a them constituency. What happened to the balance of the money? I know some constituencies submit them 10 road to be fixed, and some of them say that out of the 10 roads submitted, 2 out of the 10 road fixed already. So them have an outstanding road of 8 or some have 7 still waiting to be fixed. No problem, Mr. Morgan. We understand things rough and tough. We understand. But you collect $40 billion contract to fulfill these arrangements. So since as you no longer can fix the balance of the road, what happened to the balance? I think it's a fair question to ask. What happened to the balance of the money? Eh? So it is safe to say that Jamaica, that the people of this country was scammed once again by the Jamaica Labour Party. And if this can take place, can you imagine what will take place under Nara? Eh? Can you imagine what is going to take place under Nara? 15 minutes to the hour of 2 o'clock. Let me see if I can open up the phone lines to hear from some of you. Anybody want to give them input? Feel free to call. The phone lines are open. I want to hear from some of you. What is it that you have to say pertaining to these matters? And don't forget, Jamaica, that the Prime Minister once again has lost another court case. Today, the court ruled unconstitutional as the people of St. Ann took him to court because he wanted to mine the Dryaba mountain to find these precious minerals. And the people of St. Ann decided that it is going to destroy their environment. And despite NEPA telling him cannot go up there, Andrew overruled NEPA and give the contractor the license to do so. Even though NEPA warned him, Andrew overruled NEPA and grant the license behind NEPA back and give it to Bengal Mining. Well, Jamaica, the people of St. Anne won the court battle against Andrew Holness and the mining of the Dryaba Mountain. It was ruled unconstitutional. Yes? So once again, Jamaica, for the fourth time, Andrew bring the country to constitutional court and lost. I want to hear from you this afternoon. The phone lines are open, my people. Kindly send those requests and let us have a wonderful discussion as usual. The phone lines are open. Perfect. I'm seeing so many persons sending requests. Let me accept. Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Bless Wagwan out there.
What is my teacher? Are you there, sir?
We there.
Good afternoon, Jamaica. Teacher, I'm going to ask a question. If somebody came to me and said, "Sir, bless, on the behalf of your name, I'm going to go and look some assistance for me and you." Don't you expect that person, when you get you with that issues, don't I suppose to get a benefit of it based on the agreement available for you to use my name to get certain form of contribution or whatsoever?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when this government I get this $6.7 billion US dollar, I want to ask a question. If that $6.7 US billion dollar, it's we're going to say 35 of them. I would say 34, because I'm see totally where it is Marlin Malawi is not in agreement with them. So let us put this Marlin Malawi aside. So I want to know if it's 34 of those people their name of signing to the check that legally responsible to pay back all of those money without the service involved in it. I just want to ask the question.
Okay.
And I think the question is sensible. It is a sensible question I have.
Absolutely. I see your point. Continue.
So now, I must say wholeheartedly to the if it's not another moment in Jamaica where I feel so proud of the representation of what the People's National Party opposition have displayed to the people of Jamaica. So say, listen, we are a watchdog for the Constitution, right? And we can't sit down and allow the government who oppress and forcing themselves into government. Is that the will of the people of the government here, you know? Is their bully tactics and their bullyism? I mean, they are there. I know that Mrs. Angela Burnberg, Princess Warrior, I know that she duly elect by his constituent people. I don't show of Juliet Owens and I don't show of the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Right? I see where they come with their bully tactics and the oppressing system. That's why they are there. So that duly constitution to be fair. So I'm saying within myself now, Mrs. Angela Burnberg is not speaking on the behalf of PNP. Mrs. Angela Burnberg is speaking on the behalf of the whole entire Jamaica.
Yes.
Right? So she have a fundamentally right to say to the people of Jamaica, listen, this money is not given freely to Andrew Holmes and the 34 member of parliament over there that represent the one-man army government. Right? So we have a right to see where this fear of a Naira bill or one bandit bill not going to be beneficial to the people of Jamaica, the suffering people. So we're going to ask a question, how many roads going to rehabilitate out of that money? How many schools going to build? And how many hospitals? And how the economical situation that we have in this country going to be beneficial and to the poor set of people who our name go abroad, go about $6.5 billion. So what, to get more separation or not? To bring back more separation up on us. Listen, well, I am saying now, I have come to the conclusion that Jamaica don't finish mash up. And I like how the PNP have put on their Gideon boot and the suffering people of Jamaica are supposed to put on their ninja suit. It is war out now, not physically to go and attack the state to say we're going to cause civil unrest. But we have to take some industrial action to hold this. I can't call this administration a government, you know. I cannot. So I want to know, based on where the ministers are making separation between the opposition and the government. So the opposition part represents 80 and the government represents Jamaica. So it's like a two different issue. It's like the opposition is speaking on the economy of 80, not speaking on the economy of Jamaica. I can't say it's a dark day in Jamaica. I don't say Jamaica done, we finish, mash up. God bless you.
All right, Uncle, big up yourself every time. Thank you for your input. Good afternoon. Turn on your microphone, please.
Oh, me?
Yeah, go ahead, Bolo. Call up for Jamaica like him already here.
No.
Yeah,
more make a quick point. No, more make a quick point because I have to go.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much, love for Jamaica. Big up yourself, Brad Sir Bless and Joe Brian, respect as usual, my brother. This article we have up here is the first time I'm seeing it. And I think people need to zone in on this article because it tells you about Andrew and his position. He will sacrifice the environment for business.
Yes.
And this Naira bill is going to give him the power to do that every single time he wants to do it. This is dangerous. This is another reason why we should stand against the Naira bill. Just look at this, unconstitutional. Why would he believe that it's okay to sacrifice the environment for construction? It's all about the money, it's all about the paper. The man don't care about the people because if they destroy the environment, they destroy the living conditions of the people. And it can be a health hazard for them as well. This man is evil. You understand? So only if you look at that, the bill itself gives him the powers to override all these regulatory bodies. This is why he did it. Look at it. Look at the article. Mighty God. That's all I wanted to come up and point out, my brother. Respect here.
Every time, Bolo. Blessings. Yes, love for Jamaica. And then, bro, turn on your microphone.
Yeah, me have to big up to you, and big up to the panelists and everybody, you know?
Every time.
Yeah. My little thing still have to big up Angela Brown-Burke, you know? But some things say, the only little thing still, she never get the job done still, you understand?
Why do you want to do?
No man, the little piece of iron thing they didn't call the Mace brother because it come like a Gillette Wellness power in her, you understand?
Oh.
Look here, that thing there. Look here, she destroy the edge fully out of the parliament, you understand? Yes, if you want to touch it. Somebody echo.
Mrs. Escobar, call me back. Your echo bad.
You know, so far she does it, Gillette Wellness does.
Of integrity, love, and such character you carries should be honored. And today, sir, I must tell you on behalf of myself and the Jamaican people that love you and respect you, we're here to say thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I hope you have yourself a great day. Last but not least, sir, I almost forget this. Also remember when Ed Bartlett claimed that they wouldn't be taxing the Airbnb users. And now we can see quite clear that the Airbnb users are now taxed. So at all times, we can always depend on the Jamaica Labour Party to lie to the people. They are such liars that they're so used to lying that they forget how to tell the truth. But the most honorable, Sir Golding, like I said, sir, have yourself a beautiful day. Keep up the good work. Without you, we would be nothing and we would be hopeless. And you, sir, the most honorable, Sir Mark Golding, you gave us hope. And with the hope, we stand together and we will fight to the end to get out this secret monster that call himself Mr. Oldness. 1 p.m.
Knock it, Dudley, knock it!
Airbnb jitters. Golding sounds alarm as new bill threatens massive fines, sanctions for unregistered tourist accommodations. Published Thursday, July 3rd, 2025, 12:10 a.m. File. Opposition leader. A bill to introduce sweeping changes to the regulatory framework of the tourism sector by making it mandatory, among other things, for Airbnb operators to be licensed and regulated by the Jamaica Tourist Board, JTB, hit a snag in the House of Representatives on Tuesday, resulting in the debate being suspended indefinitely. Beaches and islands. Opposition leader Mark Golding described Clause 17 of the bill as the sword of Damocles, which, he said, imposes both fines and criminal sanctions on persons who operate tourist accommodations, to include Airbnb-type operations, without being registered or licensed with the JTB. Golding also noted that the penalty for contravening Section 17, subsection 4, is also significant in relation to tourist accommodation. So they've singled out that category, which is being treated differently to domestic tour services, ground transportation services, including contract carriage and motor vehicle rental and tourist attractions, he observed. If a tourism accommodation, such as an Airbnb, comprising between 1 and 50 rooms is not licensed or registered, the courts can impose a fine not exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, or both the fine and imprisonment under the proposed law.
So, this is where I intervene. So you heard London 45 say, and we're reading the article. And for those that watch this replay, watch this video when I upload it, you're seeing the information. This missed me. I never knew about this. And I want to thank London 45. This is the second thing she has brought to my attention that was super important, ladies and gentlemen. And to demonstrate how evil and wicked and deliberate the Jamaica Labour Party is in the laws that they impose and put on the people. $1 million imprisonment or for a $1 million or a term in prison of 12 months, 1 year, or both imprisonment and fines. You know, I would be okay with this government having these types of laws if they demonstrated that they had integrity and they were not corrupt. You see, if they were locking up themselves and giving themselves a long fine, a big fine and you know, a long-term imprisonment, I would feel happy about, because they would be doing it to themselves. It wouldn't be just for the poor man. It wouldn't be just for the smaller man. So I could say, well, you know, they're consistent. But the hypocrisy of a corrupt government to impose these types of sanctions on the people of this country that are literally trying to find a way, that have the ambition, right, to go into this area and they're not operating illegally. They're not doing, I mean, just to discourage these people are evil, They are truly evil. Let's continue, because it gets worse. Big up London 45 again.
Headlines delivered to your inbox. Sign up for the Glean. And then as you get bigger, the penalties go up. Between 51 and 100 rooms, you go to a $2 million fine and a prison term not exceeding a year, or to both, he added. Discover more. Doctors' offices. Golding questioned if the players in the Airbnb sector have been consulted in relation to the implications of being brought under the net of the JTB and the Jamaica Tourist Board Act. I suspect not, he said. We're well aware that the main players in the tourism industry, the established hotels and so on, we've been hearing from them about the need to regulate that side and the playing field isn't level and so on. He called for extensive consultations with the operators of Airbnb properties so they can understand the implications of the proposed legislation and be in a position to lobby for whatever consequential provisions they believe should be in the bill. Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett, who piloted the bill, said the proposed law seeks to modernize and clarify the categories of tourism enterprises. He said the bill seeks to create a new and modern framework for tourist accommodation, tourist attraction, and water sports, among other areas. Discover more. Doctors. While the JTB has played a vital role in marketing destination.
Yeah, I need to say something on that. So I hope you guys are hearing me. It's one thing to modernize the tourist accommodations. It's a next thing to put $2 million fines and 2-year imprisonments and 1-year imprisonment. That's a whole different ballgame. I think you can do a modernization and categorization without sending people to prison, bro. Real talk. So let me look at this. Right? Let me look at this. So if I have 50 rooms, it says if a tourism accommodation such as an Airbnb comprising between 1 and 50 rooms is not licensed. So if I have 1 room, I have to be licensed. Yo, listen, man. And then what? The court can impose a fine exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, and could get both the fine and imprisonment under the proposed law. Nobody can tell me say Edmund Bartlett and Andrew Bonis and the whole of the Jamaica Labour Party government are wicked. We can't convince me of that. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. They are evil to the core. Evil. Let's continue.
Destination and. While the JTB has played a vital role in marketing destination and supporting sector growth, its current legislative mandate does not provide a clear or comprehensive basis for regulating the full range of tourism enterprises now operating in Jamaica, Bartlett said. Beaches and islands. He said the updated legislation will introduce a new registration process as a first step prior to licensing. Responding to concerns raised by the opposition, Bartlett said consultations were heavy and strong with the structured leadership of Airbnb in Jamaica. So, why and strong with the structured leadership of Airbnb in Jamaica?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at Edmund Bartlett's track record with Airbnbs, there will be no taxes. Bloop! Taxes next. Less than a year. Because I can pull up the article when he said there's no taxes, right? There's no intention of bringing taxes. No, there's taxes, right? With his track record of misleading and being deceptive, and some people say bold-faced lying to the people of Jamaica, Some people come to that conclusion. Yes? Let me know in the comment section. Based off what you see. How do I trust Edmund Bartlett when he says this? And this was around the same time when they said there will be no taxes on the Airbnb. So you said there was heavy and strong consultation. Well, where's the proof? Because we don't trust you guys. Let us be clear. If we haven't already, let's continue.
Jamaica. So, whatever decision that I make today in relation to the continuation of this particular debate, it has nothing to do with the misguided positions being posited with regards to the Airbnb subsector, Bartlett said. He noted that a third of visitors who come to the island stayed in Airbnbs. In his contribution to the debate, Member of Parliament for St. Andrews South East Julian Robinson urged the government not to rush the bill through Parliament, as many Airbnb players were not consulted on the changes that would affect them. Discover more. More. Radio.
So, you know, I didn't listen to this entire debate, but I remember, ladies and gentlemen, when Julian Robinson is around the same time he was questioning the taxes on the Airbnb. That's the part I did not forget. But the criminalization part, I was not listening keenly to that. Mighty God. Shout out to Julian Robinson as well. Not just Andrew Honest. How are you doing, Freddy? Right? And then when you look at Andrew Honest, when you look at Zara Burton, you know, Peace and Andrew Honest and asking him about his taxes and then him coming to power and this world is unjust, you know, man. I'm telling you, man.
Service. This bill cannot be passed today, Robinson insisted, adding that if the bill was passed, an injustice would be done to the players. When I think of how far-reaching the implications are for thousands of Jamaicans, let me be parochial in my own constituency and think of all the developments that have taken place and those persons who have made investments by buying apartments and townhouses for the purposes of using them for Airbnb, he said. Robinson made it clear that his concern was not with the regulation of the sector, but the time frame that would be given to players to get registered and licensed or face criminal sanctions.
So that's a clear position by the People's National Party, Julian Robinson. He doesn't have a problem with regulating the system. But the time frame that would be given to players to get registered and licensed or face criminal charges. You see, this is what I'm talking. That's why I said these people are evil. This is, I see when they wanted to pass the bill last year, and they wanted to pass the bill at that time. It's the same thing to rush. It's the same thing with the Naira bill. Rush it through. Then we carry them to constitutional court. Then waste taxpayers' money for go court. If they had only listened to the opposition. Remember the car seat thing with the baby car seat? Who remember that? Who remember the baby car seat? You see how that was a colossal failure? SOEs. Bag of people are suing government now. These people have a track record, ladies and gentlemen. Right? They are incompetent. Their ears, they are sitting on their ears. They don't listen. And they're ignorant and arrogant and prideful and heartless all at the same time. Mighty God. Shout out to Julian Robinson and Mark Golding for standing up for the people. You imagine you spend all that money on your Airbnbs and everything like that, and then whoops, they come in with a new law for you get registered. It's like them bad mind the people them say them make some money. Yo, them talk about bad mind in Jamaica. You know, say Jamaica them a part of bad mind the Jamaican people them. And the poor people, them, when them start make some money, them bad mind them. So them come with these relegations and implicate. Yo, them evil, you know? Yo, I really dislike them, brother. I'm not telling you, like, I really dislike them.
Sanctions. If the House of Representatives takes its summer break before debating the bill, the proposed law will automatically fall off the order paper, with the dissolution of Parliament expected before the upcoming general election.
Yeah, I didn't even know the article would have ended there. Big salute to this man, Mark Jefferson Golding, and his team. Sir, the Right Honorable Mark Jefferson Golding. And I want to say shout out to Julian Robinson, Mr. Julian Robinson as well. I want to say big shout out to London 45. Please go and follow her page for bringing this to my attention, or bringing it to our attention, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. The more you share the video, the more you like the video, it allows the video to go out so other people can be in tune with this conversation that we're having, right? And I believe it's an important conversation for us to have. All of my platforms on YouTube, Bolo TBV, Bolo V&R clips, Bolo V&R, Bolo V&R 2.0. Follow them. Follow me on Instagram. It's right there on the screen. Like, share, and subscribe. Donate to the PayPal or the Cash App if you so choose. The Lord leads you to. Alright? Let's get this video to 5,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
Hear this prophetic word. Get ready. Get ready for mass layoffs in a number of institutions. In fact, that has been contemplated because it is a part of the reason what the authorities, they are seeking to do. Remember, this private sector, not private sector, civil service, rationalization. They have a fancy name that they have used for it. Well, with this situation coming out of the Middle East and the attendant consequences in terms of rising fuel costs, etc., etc., the emissaries of Satan, they are locked in meetings to see how they can use this as an excuse to lay off large numbers of persons with the promise that they would be taken back on after the difficulties have passed. But let me tell you this, and I'm speaking prophetically now, they have no intention of taking you back on. Those persons who may be placed on the chopping block of layoff. They will not call it layoff. They will use some other fancy terms. But I'm warning you, that is in the pipeline. And it is one of the ways of cutting, they say, wage bill. After they have paid themselves these humongous salaries, they are now talking about cutting wage bill. The first wage bill that should be cut, the first layoff that should take place is among the political directorate. I make no apologies there. Because it is top heavy. It is top heavy in every way. It is top heavy in terms of the
technocrats, the so-called consultants, right? And all these different people they have, top heavy also. You look at how many ministers of state and all sorts of stuff, right? How many working under the stewardship of the current prime minister and so on. I've never seen anything like this in my life. So the first set of layoffs, downsizing and right sizing should take place in government. I make no apologies. But no, they're not going to seek to do that. What they are contemplating is to look at civil service, etc. It's a prophetic word. Watch and you will see. We need to pray for the hand of God to manifest in ways such that the fear of God will come upon this political administration. They have no fear of God. But there is a midnight cry that is about to come to this island of Jamaica. A word to the wise is sufficient. Watch and you will see. But even as we, the people of God, are watching, you know, we are praying. And so I use this opportunity to salute all members of the peaceful, purposeful, persistent prayer protest. Friends, we have taken many licks for you. We have taken many licks for you. Why? Because the Lord would have us to talk up the things them that others are not prepared to talk up because they don't want to fall out of good grace. They do not want to rock the boat, etc. But we have to talk up the things. We have to speak the truth. We have to also give the warnings. And there's a particular matter we will speak about, the fuel situation. And if Satan is to have his way, we could have a mini COVID. I shared it with the leaders yesterday. A mini COVID situation. We are seeing little glimpses of it elsewhere. We have seen glimpses of it, for example, in Australia. We have seen glimpses of it in the Philippines, just to name two of the places, as they seek to preserve their reserve. Isn't that interesting? Preserve their reserve in terms of fuel reserve. If the Lord allows, we'll talk a little bit about it. So when the prophetic word is released, very often, way before, it sounds stupid. And people say, oh, nonsense. Why do we need to store up coal, charcoal? Why do we need to stock away with wood and so on, dry wood, those of us who have the facility that we can use wood fire, and car rim if you don't have any coal stove and so on. Then the whole matter of blackout. I shared with the leader yesterday too, the leaders, at a leaders meeting yesterday, just giving them some insights as to what is up ahead.
Because I cannot forget the dishonorable things that she said about Bishop Shuttleworth. I was offended because he spoke about the type of spirit that reigns in her. She didn't have no filter, no fear for God when she just nailed him. So, now I heard her approaching somebody as an apostle to say, what, she was trying to say, what are you saying? And her context of this Christian walk is misquoted, and the blood is on Daniela's shoulder, because Grace Hamilton has nothing to do with the things of God. She is not equipped. She is not matured. Her eyes are not yet open to the realms of the spirit. Why did you pull her over here into that manner Mando roboho shataya. Why did you pull her over here into that manner? You shouldn't have done that. You should have left the woman to be saved first. And when she gets her own conviction about God, she will be able to rise up based on her conviction and the Holy Spirit that is upon her for her to talk about God. Now you put this woman into a place of familiarity with the holy things of God. That's what you did. And you upset the body of Christ. That's what you did. A prophet is one that hears God. A prophet is one that knows the mind of God. God don't load to a prophet. So is it that some of us are calling ourselves prophet and we are nowhere there? No, let me tell you again, I am not there here to tear down and beat down anybody. But since this is the platform that we can speak and people hear, then so be it. But we need to understand Ramanda da Bahando Kotura Bahaya, the things of God. We need to go back into the scripture and we need to understand the foundation of God. We need to understand the early foundation of God. Everybody abash. No, people of God, you're compromising. Get back to the word and understand the word. Work the word. Work the word of Almighty God, because thy word is a lamp unto our feet and it is a light unto our path. We need to work the scriptures. The Bible says in Isaiah chapter 52, Lord God Almighty, I am on Good Gospel JAFM, oh God Almighty, devotional time, and the Spirit of the Lord just took me away, and it says, awake, awake, put on thy strength, O Zion. Put on thy beautiful garment, O Jerusalem, the holy city, for henceforth there shall no more come unto thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake thyself from the dust, arise and sit down, O Jerusalem. Loose thyself from the band of thy neck, O captive daughter of Zion. Makurabasaturia handabahaya. Oh, Jesus, help us. Some of us are serving God in captivity. Lord God, the Bible says, loose yourself from off of the dust of the world. Lord God, Almighty God, I can tell you that these Facebook platform and this fame story take man from God. Lord God, self-proclamation gonna put you in trouble with God. But I have news for somebody who is working for themselves. God is warning the kingdom, and God is saying, I'm gonna expose some of you. Some of you who are jump, some of you who are declare things. I said the things that God go deeper than a topical sermon. It go deeper than something that is surface. The word of God is deep. When you begin to study this word, it is one that make you wise. It is one that give you instruction. It is one that set you apart. It is one that make you live different, act different, be different. The thing that we are seeing from some of you celebrity, you need to go and find the red carpet. But the humble things of God obviously is not for you, because serving God, it comes with humility. Some of us too proud, Lord God Almighty, and behind the camera we are depressed. We're full of depression. Demons killing us. All kind of name, all kind of voices talking in our heads. We have sleepless night before the camera. We open ourselves. Some of us before the camera, we have the loudest praise, we have the loudest worship. But Lord God Almighty, by ourselves, we are a complete confused child, shaking on every side. We're room full of depression. Some of you not bed for days. Some of you not clean a room for days. But when you're done, you put on makeup and come on. The blood of Jesus Christ is against the plan of the enemy. God is calling us to sharpen our edges. Lebranda Babasaya. God is calling us to stand, Lord God Almighty God, as a holy nation, as a peculiar people, as a royal priesthood. He is calling you, prophetess Daniela, to fix the mess what you opened, the portal to the marine kingdom that you have opened against the body of Christ. Mandi katura bahande beke satura bahanda basaya.
Alright guys, there's a trending topic and concern at the moment within the Jamaican social media space. And if you happen to be a Christian, then you would have realized by now that there is an event flyer that was released with a woman of God by the name of Daniela Smith-Wright, who is the host of the event that is called Boaz and Ruth Conference. Now there are some invited guests that are on the flyer, but one in particular is why there is a big uproar on social media. Grace Hamilton, popularly known as Spice. Now, before I continue with this video, I need you to understand a few things. I am not one who operates within the office of a prophet. I simply have a healthy respect for God's words and his ways. My goal in this video is to bring clarity and understanding as to why this issue currently exists and how we can go about fixing it for the sake of peace, for God to be glorified, and for the devil to be put to open shame. I am speaking as one who is backed by the Spirit of God. My goal is not to say anything in this video that is of the flesh nor of emotions. It is the truth that will set you free, not lies or opinions. It is only the truth that will set you free, and that truth is not something. That truth is someone, and his name is Jesus Christ. God is not and will never be the author of confusion. He is a God of order and principles, and anything that is outside of that order and that principle will not be able to stand, period. Now, I did a TikTok live a few days ago, and I spoke about something very important that I think a lot of people have missed. If this whole situation involved average people with a very small following like myself, then this topic would not even be on the lips of anyone. But that is not the case. We're talking about two influential people. One grew into influence by way of a lifestyle and a career that is not a reflection of God. I will even go further to say that her music glorifies the enemy, Satan. And no, this is not just mere entertainment. It is perverted. It is an open display musically of sexual immorality and impurity, which goes against the laws of God. This is what she is known for publicly. And additionally, you don't get to separate the entertainer from the person. No. It doesn't work like that. You don't get to separate Spice from Grace Hamilton. That is not how it works. Only God can separate a man from a life of sin by way of the gospel of salvation. All you have to do is receive it and walk into it wholeheartedly. Now, on the other hand, we have a woman of God who is called Daniela Smith-Wright, who rose into influence by way of doing God's work, delivering people out of the bondage of sin, ministering, healing, prophesying, evangelizing to the lost souls, which is a clear contradiction of what Miss Grace Hamilton did to grow her influence. So my point is this: the foundation of their influence is completely contradicting and is very much opposing to each other. This is the reality of it. This is why there is a controversy. So when you have both individuals on one flyer, that is a Christian conference, not just merely a woman's conference, there has to be opposition, because what fellowship does light have with darkness? Now, with that being said, Dr. Daniela Smith-Wright, I don't know you personally, and I may never meet you, but I believe that we serve the same God, and his ways of doing things is a reflection of his words. Not our desires, not our opinions, but a reflection of his words. It is very obvious that you may have sincerely and genuinely made a misjudgment, whether out of ignorance or lack of understanding, or even out of immaturity, because we're all growing, and that is totally fine, because none of us is perfect. But it doesn't disqualify the repercussion of our actions. The good news is that you can go back to the drawing board and ask God by his mercies to vindicate you and restore you back to the order of his words. Now, to Miss Grace Hamilton, I sent you a direct message. Maybe you will see it, maybe you won't. Either way, I pray that God will reveal to you by his Spirit what he is saying concerning this particular situation. I can see that you're genuinely ignorant of how God operates. And you even mentioned in your video that you don't even understand why is this an issue. But on the other hand, you also know the truth. You know that God is calling you to complete surrender and total allegiance to him and him alone. You know this. You also know that you cannot serve two masters at the same time. You know that God wants to use you. And you also know that there is a heavy calling upon your life to be used by God. But it cannot be done on your terms and conditions. It can only be done on God's terms and conditions, which is non-negotiable. God loves you. The way he demonstrates his love to you is not going to always be pleasing to the flesh, but it is exactly what you need to hear in order to be saved and to be transformed into the image and to the likeness of Christ. I understand that it may not be easy to let go of everything that you've built up in years, and I will respect that, but it doesn't take away the conditions that are non-negotiable by God for you to do, period. Now, to the entire body of Christ in Jamaica and even beyond, please keep Daniela Smith right in your prayers. We have a responsibility to encourage her in love. We have a heavy responsibility to pray for her. And if you are one of those persons who speak negatively towards her, you need to check your heart and ask God for mercy. We're not here to condemn anyone. The goal is to expose the lies with the light of the gospel and to enforce the order of God over the situation. Period. To the sinners who have a negative view of the church, do not be deceived by the enemy. If you embrace this kind of belief, the enemy has you right where he wants you to be. And I pray that by the revelation of the gospel of the truth, you will be delivered from that demonic and satanic mindset. The church has a responsibility of standing on the word of God, even when the world tries to push us off. And I will also use this opportunity to encourage you to surrender your life totally to the Lord Jesus Christ. He is the only one that is able to set you free from the captivity of sin. Now, before I go, another set of people I want to address, which I believe is completely ignored by everyone. These are the other invited speakers who are on the flyer. I truly pray that God's grace and peace will be with you in this season. While you may not necessarily be talked about much, and unfortunately you're caught in the middle of this by way of association and appearance, but just know that God sees you and God has not left you nor forsake you. This is the season where you encourage yourself in the Lord. Now I'm going to close by saying this. There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing catches God by surprise. And with all that is happening, God is able to restore everyone back into the order and the alignment of His words. God bless you all. Keep praying, and I'll see you in the next video.
There shall be no march, and I want you to record this. There shall be no march in June. There shall be no bear as you dare in June. They will have so many things hiding from and worrying about when the manifest power and presence of God move upon this nation. If they know what I know, they have the temerity to be talking about, or is it we are not concerned about missing children, when they are the ones devouring our children. They are the ones promoting all the kinds of things that you can think of, unmentionable things, read children. Just think about it. It's among them. Unmentionable things, and they have the temerity and the gall to be talking about how is it persons who are prophetic. Of course we know many of the things. We have said it. Some of the things we can't even say on air. God knows where those missing children are, and we have been speaking about it ad nauseum. We don't say everything on air because of the sensitive nature of broadcasting laws and so on, so we don't say everything, but we know. So we don't have time to be responding to their quips and, their distraction, because that's really what they always try to do, to stir up controversy for distraction and then deception. And so I'm saying publicly, in the name of Jesus the Christ, the Son of the living God, they are planning for June, but God has a devastating plan for June and onwards. There shall be no march, and I want you to record this. There shall be no march in June. There shall be no bear as you dare in June. They will have so many things hiding from and worrying about when the manifest power and presence of God move upon this nation. If they know what I know, they would run to the Lord on their bellies and repent. Talking about plans for June, we shall see what we shall see. This is also a warning to the leaders of the land of Jamaica. Call a spade a spade. Jamaica will not countenance unrighteousness in any shape and any form, including the LGBTQI- reprobate nasty lifestyle. It will not be countenance in Jamaica. We will not embrace it. Our children will not embrace it. Yes, they have made inroads where our young people are concerned. But by and through the grace of God, God through his power, by and through his Holy Spirit, will deliver our children and young people and our people at large. Jamaica shall not capitulate to the reprobate lifestyle. Even if Jamaica remains the only nation on earth that does not subscribe to it, that will be the case. In the mighty name of Jesus the Christ, the Son of the living God.
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
A corrupt government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also. I do not support corruption. Corruption takes money away from children's education. It deprives hospitals of basic necessities. It means that roads are not fixed. Corruption deepens inequality. It siphons off taxpayers' money to make a few cronies richer with the political connections instead of benefiting the people. This government has been doing everything it can to weaken and undermine the Integrity Commission, which is an institution that I designed as Minister of Justice and brought the legislation to Parliament to fight corruption in this country. I have said it before and I will tell you again. Jamaica cannot move forward without a government built on integrity that embraces principles of good governance in this country.
All right, Jamaica. You see, all tonight, I'll be a cricketer here around me. St. Mary, me there. St. Mary. In my hand is a report that Mr. O'Neill Yui was a victim of police brutality. Yeah? And severe annoyance. Where them constantly come at the man yard, wee hours a night and morning, kicking door with him and him 9-year-old son and him 12-year-old daughter. And they go tell him where go on. See me? I him a video me right now. I mercy of God while he's alive. On the 7th of February, I'm going to read a story for you. Story time. This is this report, his written report. In the come of a copy, I probe all the people who need to have a copy. Yeah, the Simon report. And I looked at his medical certificate that he got also. Bleeding from the right ear in the panning. He did it. So I'm going to tell when I talk, say, I'm going to take a gun and clot him in his ears and in his face and kick him in his chest. And he is here because I'm not find the gun and I'm not look for. Alright. I am here to make a report against police officers of the St. Mary Division that keeps visiting my home and dealing with me unfairly. On February 7th, 2026, about 4 a.m., the police from St. Mary visited my house and kicked in the door. They didn't knock, they didn't call, they just came in. When they came in the house, I was in the house with my 2 kids. When they came in the house, they started asking me, where the gun there? And me answer and I show them me machete. And I said, me not have no gun, I am farming me do. They started to search my house, and when them done search, them handcuffed me and took me out of the house. About 12 police came to the house the night, and when I came out of the house, there were 4 Hilux van marked police parked outside. The house I live in is a 2-bedroom house with a living room and a bathroom, but I use the living room as a kitchen area also. While the police were searching my house, I was not able to see everything that they were doing because the other police were in the rooms that I wasn't in. And when they took me outside to search the rest of the yard, some of the police were still in my house. When the police finished searching the place, they told me to make sure I have my taxi fare. You saw the road? And they took me to Port Maria police station where they questioned me about my name and if me ever own a gun and few other things. Then them let me go. When I got home and I went into my room and looked in the spot where I had hidden 152,000 Jamaican dollars under a speaker box, and the money was missing. When I started talking about the money, my daughter, she's 12 years old, she's an idiot, she would have remembered, told me that she saw the police take up the money, and it was a tall black police, the darkest one out of them all. On February 17, 2026, about 2 a.m., I was sleeping when I heard the dogs in the yard barking. When I got up and I looked through the window, I saw that police was in my yard again. Alright? This is the man with them question search. Then I find out another man and they come back 10 days later. Alright? They come back into the man yard. Police kicked down my door again and they came in. When they came in, one of the police kicked me in my chest and I fell in the corner of the room. They pointed their guns at me and my kids. At me and my kids. And the police, who was the main one, will beat me in pointing gun for me kids and say, hey, wanna come out? And the kids them run out of the house. The second police will come in at the house. Is a tall, dark-skinned police. And while I was on the ground, after me get the kick, him go straight to the area where the money was and take up the speaker and check it. Then the other police them barge in the house. None of them asked me anything. They just came in my house, came into my room where I was and started to beat me up. Now, Jamaica, I could go on with the report. Today, when he sent me videotapes of them in a yard on multiple occasions, yeah, one of them on video camera and one of the police, you, will tell his sister, I'm gonna tell her, say, yo, make sure she not post it on social media, because him have him attorneys them. Let me tell you this. I said in a video today, I'm gonna say it again. Now make no police be to no up. You are free to video any one of them. They are government worker. As a matter of fact, entering your premises was illegal. And you have every right to capture the video. They did not come with a warrant. No warrant. When I listen to the exchange on the video that they sent me, when you are walking at the people in house, no warrant. After when you've done, go through the woman's house, when you come out and I ask her for your ID and what she name. And I ask if there's any other, if there's no adult male living in the house. Never tell them this, you know, Jamaica. Nobody has a problem with the police about their work. But sometimes when you can barge your people at 2 o'clock, kick off a man door. When I open the door, because they have to show me which part, the wood chip in the door, dig out and him have to glue it back up in house. There is no, his wife is now back in the country in India with them 1 month old baby, 1 month old, a 9-year-old and a 12-year-old. I'm never telling you this. I drove from Manchester to St. Mary just because I started to read the report. And when the years of police, I go back, gun. I go back, gun, and pick and run out. What kind of society are we leaving for our kids? You know how shaken up and traumatized these children are? They will never respect police. I want to do that all for 200,000. When you walk, when you come at the people, you have no thief their money. When you thief every frigging thing. What the frig is wrong with you now? When you listen to Andrew Wallace, when you listen to the commissioner and dirty thinking Orias Chang. When you listen to Orias Chang, you think Orias Chang would ever send a police to kill a Chinese? You think Orias Chang, who is a Chinese, would ever send a to kill one Chinese? Drunk crowd, I that. Stop perplexing you with them. As a matter of fact, I am going to say this to every Jamaican, I'm going to say it again. You have the right to defend yourself when approached by Jamaican police officers in the comfort of your home without a warrant. You cannot kick in people's door and go in and abuse the people like that. You're not going to regret it. Me, Marvin Edgar, you're going to tell them already, you know. You see, me, I am going to be the one to ensure that every last one, pay, you don't have to pay a fee. You don't have to pay for the crime. You can't continue like this. We do not have a problem. The police, when they out of Portmore, when the man started shooting up a van today, why they could never do something about a man that was actively actually killing people? Why didn't they do something about that? Or the right squad was not out there? Because most of the story about man that shoot up a man have gun. What is wrong with you now? Do the proper investigation. Do the thing the right way. I spoke to a couple good police and they said, I give them the bad name. And the good police don't even call out the drunk with them. Because Jamaican citizens are going to reach a point where they have had enough. And we are telling you, don't want to see an angry Jamaican citizen. Alright, but don't talk. Pick up yourself. So, Jamaica, I'm still in St. Mary, and the young man that I came here to actually, get his story out there. He's tired of being harassed, abused by the police here in St. Mary. I'm standing right beside him goat pen. I goat them this. I have big old goat pen. Show no I'll goat. See man goat them? You see them? See them there? And then a boy goat them. And the man have him see pen there. All I wanna see so. You see all I wanna see this so? a goat pen, like a big old house. I mean him there for a reason. That's his home. That's his home. And him show me how him build him thing from scratch. Him say, you see this? Him say, you see that piece of wood here? This. Then zinc here. Then zinc. Zinc and plywood. Zinc and plywood. A bare zinc. Mostly zinc. They down there, sir. And him say him sell him cow and him goat, and he's 34 years old. He has 3 kids and his wife. The man have a family. This a man in a time to go a road. I try if he rob nobody no nothing. Yeah? The man said, what you say? Come here, my boy. Brother. Yo. Yo, what you say? Between when you get the 12 cow? Between December?
Between September to December.
Between September to December of 2025, the man was able to buy 12 cows. 12 cows. The man is a farmer and the Jamaica Constabulary Force here said the man a keep gun for man. They ma keep gun for man. Yeah? See him here? Them not find a gun. They came inside and at 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. 2 separate occasions on a come at the man yard to kill a youth. The youth an honest farmer. I see anything when I do to the youth, teacup on a cheese field in a Linstead. When I go up on the youth and the youth a big old farmer. And I go and I go kill a youth. When I go and I go kill a youth, I never care. When I come and I come pull gun on the youth, 9-year-old little boy and him 12-year-old little daughter. On a back gun on the man and him family. Now his wife is back with a 1-month-old baby. This man have 3 children. 3 children. Yeah? The man and a gun for one or even if he did have gun. Like we said, did have one gun, I keep for one man. I saw it then do it. Eh? When most of the contract killings that are happening now in Jamaica, police is involved. Police officers are involved. How many reports we get of police who actually go kill people? Police are in a lockup right now for murder charge and all kind of something. How much? I'm going to say this to you now. I do not support criminals. I hate criminals. Period. As the youth send me the police report and the videos, I'm soon did I watch a video them today. I'm watch how on a run come in a man yard and run come boop, not ask no question, just step in a sister house, kick off door, go in, and then when they come out, one of the police I try to friend up a girl and try to thump her fist. But in the video the girl never thump off no fist. When I violate the people, I'm gonna try to thump off them fist. That not sound familiar to one the Prime Minister do. Buck down the people in house and then go the next day to people and go hug up the people them. Wanna forget? So after I abuse the people, I'm going to come around now with the little tricks. I try to friend up with people. But there's something I talk to you, and I had to do a part 2. Man, the internal price, sir. Yeah? Man, I give him story. Man, I give him story how much zinc. Him say when the heat, you used to take them, inside take out the pin when they just burn, and have to carry them on the back. When the heat I come through the zinc, and him build him nice little house. As a farmer, everybody knows I'm a farmer. It's 4 o'clock in the morning time. Tough man go meet one of them man who go to town, go buy feeding, think cow them. I want to come here so and abuse them. Why do you think him reach out to me? Why do you think most of them reach out to me? Because they don't have nobody else to call. They can't call MP, they can't call government, they can't call the police because of the police depend them. They don't know who to call them. Call Marvin Edgar. Everybody I call Marvin. And I enjoy being there for people. They don't pay me, you know? Me not ask them, me have something for the money? Me not ask them for the money. You ask him for the money. Him fright, me know say him fright. You didn't surprise me tell me I come and send me today?
Yeah man, because I didn't look to see you so fast.
You didn't look? Man say he didn't look for me, he didn't expect me to come so fast. When I was in my bed, today no movement there, I say, well, as I start to watch the videos and I read the report, as a father, I know say no police can back no gun off of my pitney them. Yeah, my little you them, no police can back no gun off of my pitney them. Because I not stop until you pay, and you have to pay. It have to reach a stage where as men we stand and we fight. Yeah man. And some people might say you're an idiot because you're going to lose. No, you're not lose. You have to know how to fight. You understand? Because the joy is going to come the day when Jamaica are going to witness 100, 200, 300 police in a chain and handcuff will murder Jamaicans. Innocent Jamaicans. People are going to see it. People are going to witness it. And the girls are going to come back and people are going to watch on the end. Because there's no way on the God earth when you're supposed to put gunshot in so much people's head and heart and all about and kill off the people them, the innocent people them. Yeah? And then on get up and go off into the sunset. Someone want to fly out of the country and go build new life a foreign. Any which part of that foreign, you will be found. It doesn't matter where you run go. You cannot hide. It is time for us to stand up in this friggin' country and protect ordinary citizens who are working over time to provide for them family. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Me not even move. This is a part 3. Yo. Me still turn up a St. Mary. And the man said something to me look while. Where have me weak to rot it. He talk many people in here. Me now put him face on the camera. What you say police say with the gun? What you say police say?
Stretch a gun give me.
Stretch a gun give?
Yeah man, I said to me say, hold this and help yourself. You go back police killer.
The police stretch a gun to you and say, hold this.
Yeah man.
You are gonna make police kill you?
Yeah,
the
man.
police are offer you a gun.
Yeah man.
So hold a gun.
Yeah man. Yeah man. I said to me say, anyhow me come back home, I can kill you and you two pick them. I swear for my life instead of to me.
What you say the police said to you?
Said to me say, anyhow you come back home, I can kill me and me two pick them.
The police tell us that the next time he come on, so he will kill you.
Yeah man.
And you two pitting them?
Yes man.
The Jamaica Constabulary Force police tell who saw your 9-year-old son and your 12-year-old daughter.
Yes,
so the next time in criminal, I'm going to kill you and you two pitting them?
Yeah, man. Him see a man point the gun from them. Him see a man. A tall, slim police, have a patch of green on his head top.
Tall, slim police with patch of green on his head top. Right at St. Mary.
Him have tall cheek.
From Port Maria with the tall cheek.
Yeah, man. Him see a man.
The police from Port Maria with the patch of green on your head. They all want to know who.
Yeah, man.
And it's in the report. In a report, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in the report.
Yes,
the police from Port Maria, everybody know him with the patch of grey. You just tell the man, say, when you come back in the yard here, so you have a murder him and in two people. Well, let me tell you this. Police. As a matter of fact, criminal boy. You're not a police, you're a criminal. Me, Marvin Edgar. Hey, you need to find me. Because at this point, the whole country now know this. Patch of grey. Indicom and the DPP lady. Let me see if you're not gonna do something about this now. I mean next week. Me mean now. As a matter of fact, every civil rights group that is connected to me, they're now hearing that. The police, the tall police, patch of grey, investigation needs to happen now. You must be removed from frontline duty. You threaten the city, you tell the man, say when you come back, you're going to kill him and him two pitting them. And Jamaica, don't expect me to be quiet. I don't expect me to be... Jamaica! No, I'm tapping nice here. No man, I don't go and live with them kind of people. Is that right? Jamaica, under that Port Maria police. As a matter of fact, the good police in Port Maria now, don't need to arrest him now. The good police in Port Maria don't need to put an handcuff on him. Because if you don't, you are just as guilty. And me, I come to Port Maria police station. So prepare for me when me come down there. Oh? Alright, Jamaica. So, this man me I talked to the gentleman that I came and visited last night. I tell him, say, I have to come back. I sent Mary. So the man telling me another part. Where he didn't get to tell me last night because he sent me the report. Last night when I was reading the report, I stopped the report halfway. So I never get to hear everything. Jamaica, and I need to understand the kind of things that these police officers are doing. Not to a common criminal. Yeah? Because we do not support criminals. We want to listen. Listen what the man has said. After the handcuff you last night, what you say go on after them, the last time when they come and they handcuff you?
Them carry me go to a nearby house.
Hold on. Them carry you go to a nearby house.
Yeah man.
Okay. Now come into what they come into in Sioux River?
Yeah man.
Sioux River.
Yeah,
it's
man.
a Sioux River. Then go Freetown. Down this way. Bush.
Yeah man.
Alright.
And handcuff me, carry me go to the house. And one of them kick me in my chest. I want me drop a go, him press him foot in my stomach and put a cloth over my face and get a big eye cool buckle of water. And while him foot in my chest, he put the cloth over my face and pour the water for my face. Pour the water for my face.
So the man them have you handcuffed.
Yeah.
Carry you to a nearby house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put one cloth over your over your face.
Yeah, man, with me and handcuff behind me.
You were sitting?
No, lay down flat again when they kick me down again.
So then kick you down the ground?
Yeah, man.
One of them have them foot on your chest?
Yeah, man.
And then put a cloth over your face?
Yeah, man.
And a big bottle of eye cool. You even remember the brand water?
Yeah, man, a bottle of eye cool water.
And them start to pour the water upon...
Yeah, man.
On the cloth?
Yes, man.
On your face?
Yeah, man.
And what happened while that was happening?
One of them have them foot in my chest. And when I try to get up, one of them use a cutlass and give me some lick. Or across my back. And give me some lick. Where I can't understand for no reason at all.
A cutlass?
Yeah, man.
I think you have a picture of the cutlass mark?
Yeah, man.
On your phone?
Yeah, man.
With you right now?
Yeah, man.
Find the picture, let me show Jamaica.
Yeah, man.
Find the picture, let me show Jamaica.
Yeah, man.
No, Jamaica, while he's looking for the photo, this is a farmer with 3 children. Let me remind you. Let me tell you, me there, sir, as me turn up in a yard right now. The goat them down there. Right now the goat them there, sir. The cow them there across the command. Yeah? The man build in place. Yeah? This oh. See the Jamaica? I'm back that. See there? See there? That's his back. I cutlass mark that, yeah? Cross him back. And by the way, he has a medical certificate, meaning guy doctor examining him for you. How much x-rays them do for you?
6.
About 6 x-rays.
Yeah, man.
This is why your ears.
Yeah, man.
See him ears there? See him ears there, Jamaica? See him ears there? That's when them take a gun. I gun them take and lick in your ears.
Yeah, man.
And when them take a gun and lick him in them ears. I had to drive back from Manila to come here because I know what that is called. It's called waterboarding. It is very illegal globally. Them only do them something there with terrorists. People who don't really want to extract serious information out of. Yeah? And all this because them say them here. Them here say, yeah, keep gun for man.
Yeah.
And so?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. This I wish I had a picture. This is mouth. Yeah. Them bust up. When them bust up your mouth. That's a gun they use again, huh?
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna say this for the record. I do not support criminals. The police officers who were in charge, it's not just the Pachagray man. All the police who were on that operation. This Monday morning, bright and early. If you people are not arrested, Jamaica will know who Marvin Edgar is. Mark my words. Commissioner of Police, expect a visit. Expect a visit. Because, and DPP, you see you up at your office, lady. You know what is crazy about this? He has a report at iProbe and Indicom. From how long you did the report? From February?
Yeah, man. From
February. The last incident was February 17th. When today's the 2nd of May. The police, I'm still out there. I visit people here at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock a morning time. You hear what I say? I visit people here at 2 and 3 o'clock a morning time. I kick off people's door. And I waterboard people in a handcuff. Alright, how did you feel while the water was being poured on you?
I feel like I drowned.
You feel like you were drowning?
Yeah, man. I feel like I did.
And what you do for yourself while that was happening? What you try to do? What you try to do? I think you know something like, can you learn how to swim? Or,
yeah, man. Yeah, man. So I can swim for my youth. So I learn to hold my breath.
Yeah.
What I police that.
St. Mary Division.
Yeah, man. One of them, man. True, man.
Him said this is St. Mary Division. He said this is apparently one of the police. Let me tell you something, I'm not gonna like it, you know. I'm not gonna like it. But let me tell you this. I see that country we live in. Everybody afraid. You can't afraid while people are going around doing them something here. Yeah? We see people are talking about a shooting incident to go and write a Portmore for Mandela. They turn off right at the stoplight. We cannot stop every crime. And the fact that when you hear shooting, when you talk about, yeah man, what the people let me know, what's supposed to criminal do? The fact that it happened does not change the friggin' fact. So the police, them abuse innocent youths. We not support criminal. So man showed people that go find him. Not come find other people and then justify all the dirty actions with innocent people and feel like it's right. You don't feel like say, okay, because man showed people. Yeah, on the top of chatting now, make the police them kill out the youth them. You know a friggin' idiot. You know a idiot. Because the youth them were dead, can't dead again. The real criminal them in the parliament. Them give the youth them guns. And them a thief for country money. And them want to arrest first. You can't get rid of the problem if you don't get rid of the root. The root. Don't chat to me now. Don't chat to me now. You don't know how much Jamaicans call me. I have a lady from Portmore who tell me same thing. The same thing. Me have 3 from Westmoreland. 3 who call me tell me same thing. Me have people that call me from Almouth. Me have people come from St. Thomas. Say same thing. Marvin, afraid. Them afraid to talk. Them afraid to come on camera and say, Marvin, same thing the police and doing a lie. Threatening to kill me. We've seen it. We saw one video with the police sergeant. We stand up with the youth right at Jerk Center. We don't see video the tall youth. When I tell the youth, say, oh, we're going to murder him and him bridging them. Police name uniform, I tell you, say, I'm going to murder you. We see to another one, I tell them, say, yo, me will murder you. And these police are still in the force. It can't work. So I had to come here, phone and hear what Jamaica police I do to the farmer. You have a 1-month-old baby, a 9-year-old son, a 12-year-old daughter, and the police, the tall police with the patch of grey, were coming at the squad the night from Port Maria police. Tell him, say, him I go kill him and him pity them when he come back here. Jamaica, I am saying this tonight, you know, because anyone of Uno, whether DPP or Commissioner of Police, don't do anything about it. Uno going to deal with me and for me agencies, the international agencies who are watching this right now. Remember me telling you that?
Lord God and Eternal Father, I come acknowledging that we have sinned against the people of Jamaica. We have sinned against our fellow man. We have sinned against our family members and relatives. We have sinned against our neighbors, strangers and visitors. We have sinned against the children, the youth and the unborn. We have sinned against the poor and the weak and the elderly and the sick. We have sinned against the free and the imprisoned. We have sinned against those in the care of the state, including the children, the mentally ill, the elderly, the prisoners, and others. We repent, O God, of all our sins committed against these and all persons, local and international, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I come on behalf of all the political leaders, government and opposition. I come on behalf of the Parliament of Jamaica, all the cabinet members, all the senators, the legislature, all members of the judiciary and the penal system, and members of the security forces, O Lord. I come on behalf of all institutions, individuals and groups throughout Jamaica represented in the civil governance system, along with their administrations, managers, staff, membership and followers. I come acknowledging that we have sinned against you. We have sinned against our people, and we repent and we ask for forgiveness, mercy and cleansing in Jesus' name. Hear our prayer and forgive us of all sins in Jesus' name. Lord, I come to you on behalf of every Jamaican here in Halfway Tree Square, every Jamaican throughout the land, and every Jamaican in the diaspora.
charity to provide healthcare services or to give to the health industry, then you could. But if you are a charity for, say, a church-based charity, then no. We would say that's not in keeping with what you are established to do. So the officers actually look through to see what was the purpose of the charity when they're approving the items being imported by the charity. But if they are set up to assist the hospital or to seek medical equipment for public hospitals, they could get the benefit and they could give it duty-free to the hospitals.
Okay. Is there any way you can verify, for example, I am Charity X, I have brought in these things, I say I'm going to give it to UER Spanish Town Hospital, but then it ends up in some private facility somewhere in the country. You have any way of doing your checks and balances on that?
Well, it would be the audit. So we do periodic audits. If they come up in the audit plan, I'm not going to tell you that we're able to audit 100% of them, but we do periodic audits.
Okay.
And I mean, we have audited some charities where we have assessed some and told them that they need to pay back sums that they have benefited from. Based on when we went in and looked at their records, we said, no, this record is not consistent with the purpose and how you have distributed the item. They couldn't provide proper documentation as to how they would have disposed of the items. And so we would have assessed them for sums.
Given the issues with the signatures of former CEO who may, and I can only say may, have pre-signed a form, have you strengthened your own processes to verify that signatures coming from, whether it's from UA Hospital or other entities, are actually consistent with the authorized individual who can allow the importation of those items?
Well, to be honest, it's going to be a challenge once you see an authorized signature. We can call to the verification, but what we're really looking at is to see how best we can work with the Ministry of Finance to streamline some of these processes to ensure that there is no abuse using technology rather than manual documentation.
Ms. Blake, I don't know if you can help us from the perspective of the Ministry of Finance. And I was at the forum you were at last week where we're looking at the illicit trade and the lost revenues. I mean, this is important in terms of protecting the government's revenues. Do you know, Ms. Blake, or the officials from the Ministry of Finance, the extent of how many entities actually have tax-exempt status? And has there been any determination, review, assessment about the use of those tax-exempt statuses? Hold on. Somebody up just release a mic so I can allow Ms. Blake. Yes, go ahead.
Right. I would not be able to give you a number at this time. There, as was said by Mr. Benjamin, there are several legislations that allow for tax exemption. There are also government entities that get tax exemption, and there are also some agreements, like with a particular country, or if there's a project and you're getting funding internationally, they sometimes stipulate what kind of exemption is expected, and the Ministry of Finance looks at those agreements to assess if we are in agreement for that particular project, etc., to be granted exemptions. So it is a wide group, but I could get the information.
Yeah, I think it is important because it's a potential loophole that we could be losing millions of dollars, which are important to support all the things that the government needs to do in terms of maximizing its tax revenues. So if you could come back to us on that, and I would say that entire regime probably needs to be assessed and reviewed to ensure that it is actually being used for the purpose that it was designed for and not being abused, you know.
Okay.
Because we're dealing with one entity Customs will do its own investigation. We don't know how much we will see, but we're only dealing with one entity. We don't know how far and how wide the system may be abused. Member Miller, I had interrupted, then Bunt, and then Corporal Flynn.
Mr. Benjamin, where are the containers stripped and examined? Is there any instance where the containers have been inspected by customs at a site other than UE?
Yes, it is possible. I can't say no. You have approved sites. UE is an approved site, and containers that leave from the port should go to the approved site. There might be extenuating circumstances that might necessitate going to another site, but it should be documented. But for all intents and purposes, the container should go to the site that is approved.
Under what circumstances would it not be inspected under UE but go to another site? What circumstances?
It could be a myriad of circumstances now. They could be bringing in an item that require some sort of assembly or some sort of software thing that have to go somewhere else beforehand. But they would come to customs. They would say, I need this this container to be stripped at this particular location because of this reason. Because you're approved as a site. So we actually have a site committee, and you have to apply for site. And so we will approve you based on certain conditionalities, such as cameras, the security apparatus, and so forth. So you're really supposed to strip at your site.
Thank you.
All right. You have more questions?
This one is for PS. What is the role of the minister and the ministry with respect to oversight of UE then and now? Is it the same or changes have been made?
I'm not aware of any changes between then and now.
Sorry, just so that we have colleagues at the University of the West Indies who keep telling me I must make a distinction between the University of the West Indies and the University Hospital of the West Indies.
I think I don't believe it's the last occasion, but before this committee was made aware that the ministry was not aware of some of the decisions made at the board level or even by the UHWI. So you're saying there are no changes, so the circumstances remain. That's what you're saying, PS?
I'm saying I'm not aware of any changes since I gave that update.
Very well.
Member Bunting and Member Corporate.
Yeah, two questions for Mr. Benjamin. The first is a follow-on from Ms. Miller's question. The stripping of the containers, many importers don't have an approved site, so they would have to use a third-party site to strip the containers. My understanding is the stripping process is really customs confirming that what is on the declaration is actually the goods in the container.
That's correct.
But once that is confirmed, that's in a sense the end of customs role, because those goods can then be transported anywhere thereafter.
You're correct.
Okay. The second question has to do with what I think you said you surmised that the declarations were signed in blank ahead of time.
Special declaration were pre-signed. We surmised.
You surmised. Assuming that you are correct, would that, well, at a minimum, I mean, it would mean an entire collapse of the controls in U.S. procurement system. But would that not be fraud if somebody who is no longer in a post or no longer authorized, their signature is used to clear or to make a declaration as part of the clearing process? for a shipment?
Well, given that I'm not a police officer, and I know that this matter has been investigated by other eminently qualified, like MOCA, the Revenue Protection and so forth, I would leave it for them to determine if it is fraud. But we just point out the facts as we see them, that this seemed to have been signed in the absence of the CEO being in the position at the time when the goods were imported.
Okay, I thought customs had a enforcement unit or a investigative unit.
We do, and as I said, I would not conclude fraud. So we are working as we speak with the Revenue Protection Division, and so other works continue. But I couldn't come here and say that we have concluded that it is fraud.
Okay, let me ask you then. Is this a practice at UE for CEOs to sign blank declarations to facilitate importations like this?
I have not done any, and I cannot say if the previous CEOs did the signing of blank declarations.
Anybody from procurement who is here from UE, who have been around for a while, can say if they are aware of such a practice?
No.
But it certainly wouldn't have been authorized by the board.
No. Well, as I shared before, the use of this tax exemption status, all the records indicate that these things were not brought to the board for any approval or for their knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Member Corporate Finn.
Thank you, Chair. Just to go back, I also wanted to find out the shipment for Jack then. What year was that? And was that the signature? You mentioned Mr. Allen's signature. So I'd want to know what year that was. Also, with all that has happened and come before us and the nation, I wanted to find out from customs, what do you have in place now? Because as you said, you're not aware, and it's not really for you to know when a CEO leaves. It's really for whichever company to send that directive to you, to provide that information to you to say, how are you going to, or how do you plan to go forward to cover yourself with this now being in the public domain, as far as, making sure that there are no pre-signed documents at the customs, and also to verify, to make checks, to make sure that whatever is coming from UHW or any other company for that matter, who has tax exemption, to make sure that it is the CEO who is now in place, that's the approved person. I want to know, just to go forward, as to what do you now have in place at customs, and again, the year that Jacqueline's shipment was cleared with Mr. Allen's signature on that.
The year was 2024. In relation to
and
that,
Mr. Allen left when?
2022.
So Mr. Allen left in 2022. However, and you're talking 2 years. So that is why it's important for me now to find out that overlapping.
Right.
It is very important for the nation to find out. Because did UA make any other purchase during those years with another signature on? That is concerning. Very concerning to me, and it should be concerning to the nation. Because if you're talking about 2022 and, 2024 with other signatures there, I mean, this is very serious. And so if I would want to know, what do you have in place now at the customs, because we need to protect our board. We need to make sure that that is protected.
Right. So in regards to UA, we are well aware as to whose signature to look for now. But beyond that, we are conducting a review because we want to move from the almost manual basis in which it is done and to look at a more electronic system similar to what occurs with, for example, when you apply for a concession as a government worker and it comes through a system. So we want it to be more system-based, where when the hospital is sending something, it's actually coming through a system and it's being written off. That way, in terms of even for asset management and so forth, the Ministry of Health can know exactly that the hospital is buying these items. They can have a real-time listing of what is being cleared through customs, and so will the Ministry of Finance as well. So the recommendation that we are going to be making is that we're going to be looking to move towards an electronic interface, because we do have a SCUDA system which allows for electronic interface. We use it now for our licensing and permit regimes. We already use it with the Ministry of Health for various permits, and along with the Trade Board and other entities. And so we think that this is where we need to go.
Right. I am aware of that SCUDA system. So again, so you will have a more robust system in place to make sure that this doesn't happen.
Correct.
For you, Mr. Acting CEO, I want, you have a very, they're eminent people on the board, and I know that persons. What will be in place for future, or what's happening now? Because I know that not everything may come to the attention of the board, but what will be in place to make sure that these things, when it comes to pre-signed, to make your checks and balances, to balance out, to make sure nothing is going on in other places, that persons are doing things behind the board's back. What are you putting in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again?
Okay, thank to you, Mr. Chair. The board, Mr. Patrick Hilton is the chair, and with the approval of the board, we are setting up a procurement oversight systems within the board to look at various things, including that, and they are supposed to be putting together the terms of reference, in order to have a greater oversight by the board of the whole procurement procedure, the whole procurement of items on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Just a question. Is the tax-exempt status allowed where a government entity, ministry, agency, or department is the importer, but it is procuring those items through the award of a contract to a private entity?
Yes, I think it would depend on the circumstance. So you could have an instance where you have one entity that is procuring for the government, and based on the nature of the tender might say, we need somebody to import this item for the ministry. And so it's different it's different against you selling an item. So if you're selling the item and you're importing it in your name to sell it to the government, then you ought not to be using the incentives of the government. But if it is that the government has recruited you to get an item on its behalf, it's a bit different. So it all depends on the circumstances. Because what you don't really want is a situation whereby you put out a tender, one person bids, and they bid with the intention that I intend to use the tax-free status. The other person bid with the intention that I know I have to pay the requisite duties, and so therefore the bids are out. And then at the end of the day, one person take advantage of the fact that they don't pay the taxes, but still charge the government the same amount as somebody else who would have paid the tax, or just a little bit below, and the government end up being the net loser.
Okay, thank you. Member Clark, and then Member Seawright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Customs. This shipment, Jacqueline, did it came in without a permit?
1 second. I'm just checking to see if there's any item on it that requires a permit, because not all shipments require permits. Based on the scan of looking at it, we're not seeing where a permit was required for any of the items.
Okay then, thanks.
Hey babes, remember the pizza for dinner later. No worries.
WhatsApps. Of course, the USWA has stated that the practice has been discontinued and corrective measures are in place, so that's good. But can you clarify to the committee the full scope of your audit, specifically, what are you going to focus on? Is it customs duty recovery, breaches of import procedures, misuse of tax exemptions, privileges, etc.? Or is it just broader institutional compliance issues? What's the focus of that?
No, well, we wouldn't be focusing on institutional compliance level, because that would be more for their internal audit, and the Auditor General has already done that and continue to do that. We will be focusing on revenue recovery to see whether or not there has been any misuse of the benefits that have been accorded. The Auditor General did highlight 4, and so we have moved to deal with those 4 at the front end, and we are going to be doing work to see if there is more beyond the 4, and to see how best we recover the revenue. We would have assessed for the first one, for Jatden. We would have sent the assessment to the UA. We would have also indicated to them that there will be a breach, because there is a breach of the Customs Act, because there has been a false declaration. And so we will move in that regard to recover what has been lost from the government of Jamaica.
And just for the interest of the public, how long will this audit process go for?
The broader audit?
Yeah.
The broader audit should be wrapped up within the financial year, as I indicated earlier. It will start within a month, and we have 4 teams that are dedicated to it.
So it will wrap up maybe before the end of March next year?
Yes.
Okay. And then another one for you. No, and you touched on it a little bit. Given the issues uncovered, would you say this matter highlights a broader vulnerability across public bodies regarding the use of tax exemptions and so on?
It highlights the potential, and so it indicates that we have to move to a more electronic platform, a safer platform, a platform that we can monitor more effectively, one where the approval and the authorization is being done by the persons who have the requisite credentials. So, for example, if this were a secure platform, the current CEO of UWI would be the one who would go online and would enter and give the approval. And so there would be no argument as to, oh, you're using a signature for somebody who was no longer there, because that person would no longer have access to that system. So that's why we want to move to an electronic platform.
And would that include like automated TCC verification, stuff like that?
Yes, well, we already have that. So the Ascuda system does automatic TCC verification. It reads from the TRN to ensure that whoever is using the system is so authorized, and it also has a table to ensure that the person who is using the benefit has already been approved for that benefit. So I can't just go on and try and access a benefit that is for UA or a bauxite company, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Member Miller?
I noticed that you're strengthening your procurement oversight at UA Hospital. Just curious whether or not you had requested any drawdown for Melissa with respect to Melissa relief funds, and if at all this went to the board, and how much?
There are no records showing me that any such requests were made.
So you're saying that no request was made to the board to assist with?
I cannot confirm at this time, but I don't have any records of a request from the board for that.
Mr. Chairman, it's interesting that the CEO would say that, as I was made aware that there was a request sometime in November for Melissa relief funds, Mr. Chair. So I'll allow the CEO to probably do his checks. Again, that brings to light the oversight of UHWI.
Well, I think the CEO it would have predated his incumbency at the time, but if you can do the research and come back to us on that.
I will do that, Mr. Chair.
And if you could also get the figure
of how much was spent?
How much was spent and who did that audit to see what damage UHWI received to warrant the request and whether or not the board approved that request.
There was an assessment of the damage, but in terms of the request, we are not aware of a request being sent to the board. But we will
Do you know how much
confirm.
the assessment was? And who did the assessment?
I'll get that figure. By the way, Mr. Chair, you will see from even our response with respect to the flooding, that the one that took place under Melissa, that was actually, the repairs was actually done by a maintenance contract that we have with a third party. It was done because while the impact was severe, the work was actually a minor work. It was like the felt had lifted and the person was able to put whatever under it and seal it back. So it wasn't a major work, but it had a serious, very serious impact on the storage.
Just to clarify, you said it was it was severe damage. But
it created, the impact was severe, but the work itself to deal with it was a minor repair.
That would amount to about 1 billion?
No.
Okay. Just verifying.
We gave it in the response. It was under, so there was someone contracted to do preventative and maintenance work on the property, and it fell under that. And that was like approximately, for all of that, each month, like $1 million, just over $1 million.
Would that have gone to the board?
Oh no,
just to procurement?
Not for those small amounts. In fact, it didn't really go to procurement because the person repaired it under the normal monthly maintenance and repair work. As I said, while yes, the flooding was serious, the actual repair was really a minor repair.
Any more questions, Member Miller or Member Bunting?
I'll come back. I'll come back in a minute.
You'll come back? Okay.
Mr. Benjamin, much earlier you had mentioned that there was a special code for imports made for UE, for University Hospital. And I want to ask you, I know the Asicuda system has been in place for some years now, and so all your import records should be digitized and real time, essentially. Is there a way for the public to get the customs import information? So if, say, I wanted to look at a particular tariff code, medical equipment, for example, or livestock feed or cooking oil, is there a way that the public can access those? I'm not talking importer-specific data. I'm talking just the broad categories of imports under the respective tariff codes. Is there a way for the public to access that?
Statin. So we do a data dump to Statin because they generally provide that as a service.
So if I wanted to find that specific information, Customs provides a data warehousing at Statin, and
Correct.
I would have to go to Statin and pay Statin to get this particular information.
Yeah, I think they charge a fee, but yes, Statin is the one that provides to the public.
And how current is this?
Well, we do a data dump, and it's supposed to be very real time.
So like each month you would do something.
Yes.
So if I wanted to say January to March,
Yes.
imports of medical equipment, or medical equipment more specifically for UE, I should be able to get that
Well,
from
I
Statin.
don't think you'll be able to see for specific importers.
But you'd see the category.
But you can see the category.
And I only asked for UE because you said there was a special code
So
for
that,
UE.
that special code is an ANC code. So it's an internal code that is utilized for custom purposes. You have them specific, like to the health sector. There are different H codes, H1, H2, up to H25. For manufacturers, they have like R1, R2, up to about R35. And so they utilize them, and each one of them indicate the specific benefit that the particular importer can get.
Okay, so that's for unique to the importers.
Right. Right. So if you wanted to know, for example, how many shoes were imported, then you would go to Statin. They would look for shoes, because they can look for the item, or if you have the HS code, which is the harmonized system code, the tariff code, you could tell them a specific tariff code, and then they would be able to tell you that you could actually get the tariff codes from our website, because we do have that listed on our website or on our customs app.
So why you don't just have the information on your website? Why I don't understand why you have to send it to Statin, and then the public would have to go to Statin. Why not just get it directly from the source?
Well, I guess it's something that we could discuss with our parent ministry, but Statin is the nation's agency for statistics and data in that regard.
And publishes it years behind when it's not really very useful. You are collecting the data real time.
Right.
That's what's useful for planners, for private sector people, etc. So why I do understand this bureaucratic approach. You have it digitally available. You have websites. You're already publishing the codes. I don't see why you can't publish the import volumes at CIF values or whatever. So that would be very useful information to both private and public sector planners.
We understand, because I know Asikuda can give you the data very quickly. You would have seen how quickly we were able to give you the 10 years of data that you requested for UE. Because we do have it, it's digitized. It's just a matter of data mining it. So we can data mine to specific things. We can data mine to commodities. We can data mine to commodities from specific regions, from specific importers, from specific industries. The system is really a very, very, very good system.
It is, and I'm impressed with the capacity of the system. I'm just saying, if it has that capacity, why not make it available to the country? I mean, it will be very useful information for all types of planning, not just government planners, private sector, people doing market assessments.
Remember, customs, we are civil servants. We serve, and we serve according to rules that are laid out for us.
Okay. Just a quick question. Are you on the audits that you're about to start? Are you collaborating with TAJ in the particular exercise?
Well,
you're doing a number of things, and not just the specific three companies.
Right. So we work with TAJ on various audits. We do have an MOU with them. We have not sat down to speak specifically about this, but we do work with them especially when we're doing large and complex cases.
Okay.
Well,
Member Seaver.
Well, as a follow-on then to the chairman's question, before this Auditor General audit of the UHWI, had this or similar cases involving third parties benefiting from a public institution's tax-exempt status ever been flagged by customs as a matter of concern? I'm just curious.
Not to my knowledge, but I mean, we've had misuse whereby the beneficiary would have brought in items that we felt upon audit was contrary to what the intent of the legislation was, to give them that benefit, and we would have assessed them and recovered sums.
Okay, thank you.
I know the Auditor General is doing a separate Melissa audit, but I'm going to read a document for the persons at UHWI and ask you if you're aware. And this is related to procurement for I will soon. Damages related repairs and replacement costs, Hurricane Melissa. Hurricane Melissa caused widespread infrastructural damage across UHWI clinical, administrative and support facilities. The storm compromised structural safety, interrupted operations, and rendered overall critical areas non-functional. Immediate repairs and replacement are required to restore full service delivery and ensure patient and staff safety. The total estimated cost of repairs and replacement is $913.8 million. Was this presented to the board? Are you aware of this document?
I have no record to say it came to the board, but I will investigate and let you know.
Please do, because I was made aware that this document was a document sent to the board and acknowledged. He will do the relevant investigation.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order.
What's the point of order, member?
What document is the member speaking of?
What document is that?
Member Miller, if you reference in a document, you have to indicate the source of it.
It is a document prepared and presented to the board, Mr. Chair, November 2025.
All right, I think we should allow the acting CEO to
do the research.
Do his research and come back to us and indicate whether he's aware of that or not.
Mr. Chairman, my mics of thanks. The member made statement from a ghost document. Can the member say which document, so that if she's asking the CEO to go in search, he knows exactly what he's going there to search for?
It was a document submitted to the board November 2025.
Is there a title to the document?
I'm not aware as it's a document presented, and I'm sure that it would be in the board document. I'm sorry. It's a document presented to the board November 2025.
Mr. Chairman, I observe the member reading from a script on a telephone. It means that whosoever sent it to her or the research that she would have done would have stated a title. Clearly, Mr. Chairman, something is not right. Tell us, let us know exactly where you get it from. It's not only the CEO who wants to do research. I would like to research the document just the same.
Mr. Chairman, the CEO is the representative here.
No, Mr. Chairman.
The acting CEO is the representative here, and he has taken the responsibility to do the research.
For 25 years, Digicel has been keeping Jamaica better connected, from late night calls to the texts, clicks, and more.
Yes, spend 7.
To doing the research and come back to us and confirm.
So what the CEO is going to look for?
Whether what has been said is so or not.
What is it that he's going to look for?
Right. Okay. I don't know that we can go further with the matter. The acting CEO said he'll do his research and come back and report whether it is so or not. If it is not, so it's not. If it is, it is.
No, right? Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you're not leading.
Just permit me. The standing orders does not provide for a member to read from a statement and present it to the Parliament. The standing orders does not provide for that. So we have to follow the rules.
She has raised, Member Frank, she raised a question of some information that was brought to her attention.
No, it can't come so under the standing orders. You can't. It does not provide for that. The standing orders does not read it. It does not provide for that.
The issue that was raised related to some post-Melissa. Hold on. The issue that was raised related to some post-Melissa expenditure, as I understand it. The member has asked some questions, right, based on information that may have come to her. This acting CEO is committed to, he's not aware of it. He said he'll do his research and come back to us. I mean, no. But we can't go further with it.
So we should not accept it.
Accept what?
We have to be guided.
But she has asked questions related to, she has asked, board, that's what she has asked.
No, you are saying it the correct way.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if I may. Mr. Can we just quiet down a bit? I see something. I'm not sure. 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is the document that the member is inquiring about. I see it here on page 3, post-Melissa repairs to UHWI. The committee requested details on the amount spent on the repairs. The answers provided in table below. The contractor engaged. The answers provided in the table below. And so on. Ward 4 repair, roof repair. Who the contractor was, if it was direct contracting or what that was. I'm not sure if this is what she's speaking of. Is this what you're speaking of, member?
In addition to that.
In addition to this.
This was raised here, but I am requesting specifically to the document.
Which
November
document?
2025.
No. You have to be very specific now, because questions were asked in the last meeting about post-Melissa repairs to UHWI, and those answers were given to the committee in regards to the post-Melissa hurricane damage that we ask in this committee. I'm not speaking to you, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to her to respond.
Why are you trying to stifle the member?
I'm speaking to her to respond.
Yes,
Speak to the
yes,
chair.
yes,
Chairman,
yes.
what I'm asking,
Yes.
she mentioned that it is in addition to.
Yes.
I'm now asking, in addition to these questions, I'm asking now the member to tell us what is the question that she's asking in regards to the document.
What I heard her ask is if there was a submission to the board for expenditures amounting to $900 million post the hurricane.
Yes.
And the CEO has...
Okay, so that is in addition to
Yes,
this.
and the CEO has said he will
touches on
do
there's
his
no
research.
contention, I just wanted to find out exactly the question
Yes, and the
that she's
CEO
asking.
acting CEO has said he doesn't know, but he will do his research and come back to us. So we'll wait on the update on that. All right, thank you. Members, are there any other questions? Yes, member.
When I sat there and I listened to the garbage that come out of Darrell Vaz now, and if I start from Darrell Vaz. Darrell Vaz stood up in his speech and he go on and he go on and he go on and he never tapped till he reach his favorite word of bad mind, but he never tapped till he use it in his speech. And if he no realize that the Jamaican people are very agitated when he come on to that word, it not only make him look bad, but it make the labor rights them look dunce and equally dunce. Anyway, he opened up his mouth and he said something about the leader of the opposition, and he called Mark Golding name and how the answer this and the record of answer him have a quote what Mark Golding say. Come to think of it, what he say is a total different thing what Mark Golding did say. So of course, no pass Marky G. So when Mark Golding hear the utterances coming out of the member from West Portland now, He stood up on a point of order. He stood up on a point of order. And Mark Golden make the speaker know that Darrell Vaz is misleading the House because he never said those things. And what I don't appreciate with the Jamaica Labour Party and how this current speaker conducts the affairs of Parliament, it gives the impression, right, that even if somebody stood up, I'm not going to show you how the Prime Minister was hypocrite to you know. It gives the impression that once a member is making their contribution and is on their feet, all if the individual tell some blatant lie, you must just listen to the lie and you must not address it right there and then. According to the Jamaica Labour Party and the Speaker, you cannot interrupt or you should not interrupt. And if you are going to make a point of order must be in a question form. Right? So it look like the Prime Minister realize that no man, no wife really either she not understand when to be my wife or when to be the speaker of the house. But the Prime Minister stood up and asked his wife, to rule whether or not.
That is funny, honey.
The point of order that the opposition leader made or point out. What was wrong about his point of order? You hear the woman say, nothing wrong with the opposition leader point of order. But what the government is trying to do, and Andrew really get one from we in Jamaica, but we have to give him a round of applause, you know. I don't know what is happening, but me telling you, say it all started over the weekend. Nationwide, come Monday morning, bright and early, they don't have nothing but visible Marky G and the PNP. George Davis and Turner Town, not them not have bad visible about the PNP. Yesterday, Tuesday, the same thing. And to make matters worse, Andrew Owen is coming to Parliament and I come pick up, see, the leader of the opposition. Andrew want his wife to tell him, Andrew, what was wrong in what the opposition said in his point of order. Then you are disgrace, you know, Chrissy. Well, so from you're not apologizing, you're not worth it, you're not applauding, you're not worth it. We know, man, we know. But when I say Jamaica, the impression that they gave yesterday is that you cannot interrupt a member once they're on their feet. Right? And if the member continue to mislead the House, it is okay. You cannot interject. And if you stood up and say, point up, if you hear somebody they tell a lie at the House, the impression that the speaker gave yesterday, you must allow the member to continue put out the lies, and it is being recorded. And remember, say you have some bloggers who only live on sound bites, you know, as they hear one little something, so then cut it and run with it to get views, to post it. And none of them not going to equally quote the part in its entirety where the truth resides. You know, they might go on only cut the part to get the little sound bite to go viral. That is a dangerous precedent being set, by the leader of not only the JLP but the speaker, you know. And when I listen to what Juliet Holness said, she is giving the impression that if a member is making their contribution and is misleading the House, you must not interject. You must allow the lies to be told. Yeah? And if you catch a lie being told, you make a note of it. And then you must approach the speaker's desk. Listen how she presumptuous, you know. If you in the Parliament and the next member turn up and make a contribution and a pale liar come out of their mouth like Darrell Vaz, you must listen to the lie and you cannot.
Hey, you know, more big up Sylvan when I play some Queen Candy. Sylvan, where you say, you have to subscribe and then and then get your 20 minutes for type. Why? Me just make your moderator while I go in if you're still there. You hear that? Ryan, can you big up yourself? CNI place, everybody on the live. Bless up on yourself, bless up on yourself. You know, we have some throwback Thursdays, don't? Because, me tell you, say, the amount of things happening in Jamaica over this short period of time, in just few weeks, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the amount of scandal we have under the Jamaica Labour Party. Sometimes some things turn 9-day wonder. So you see, Bolo V&R and Bolo TBV, you see them two channels there. It's gonna be those channels where me I gotta deal with them type of thing on a regular basis. At least 3 times a week. When we just make them video play. Well, enough of them videos when I play right now. A lot of these videos are videos that people missing up. But people didn't really take a look at, you know, in terms of what I posted. Not a lot anyway. So more big up all of the people that pull up, hit the like button. If you even come and hit the like button. 16 people hit the like button. Thank you guys so much, each and every one of you. I really appreciate it. You understand? And all me asking you for do is just share up the live. All I'm asking you guys to do is to share up the live. I want to get this channel up to 5K subs. We need 5K subs on this channel. This channel is going to become very active. As I said, if it's even 3 times a week, this channel is going to be very active. Alright, so bless up the like button. Remember the donation. Oh my God, the donation link is not pinned. I didn't even realize that, you know. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. Let me pin the donation link. Yeah, man. Oh, Lord of mercy. Let me send that again. We didn't even realize. Let me pin the donation link. Alright, so we'll pin it right here, so that's right. Boom, there you go. Alright, let's continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Stand up and say point of order and correct them right there and then. No, you must listen to the bullshit and you must write down what you hear said, and then you must approach the speaker's desk, and then the speaker is going to review the truth, and then at the next time the speaker is going to speak on the matter and clarify that matter. So what if the day comes and the speaker look into it and see that the member was actually telling a lie? What if on that day when she decides to rule and rectify, the member is not sitting in the house? Eh? What can go for Tommy? Yes! That is what Juliet always said, point of order boils down to. And that's why Andrew get upset, you know, Andrew turn up and say, Madam Speaker or my wife, tell me, you need to rule and tell me what did the leader of the opposition said that was wrong. You need to rule. And she have said the leader of the opposition said nothing wrong. Eh? So why is it that it couldn't be rectified right there and then? And if you don't notice, the speaker, you know, she a call for unity and she a claim she's unbiased. But if you don't notice, what she did yesterday further sink not only the Jamaica Labour Party, but it would have caused the people of this country to further look at her in a negative light. What she did yesterday, or whoever set her up to read that thing before Parliament starts, is equally stupid than the Speaker. Because what I realize, I don't know if you realize it, you know, Juliet totally lose it. She have lost it completely. A fair and just Speaker of the House, if she mean good and want the Parliament to be better, what she should have done yesterday is charge the House, read the paper signal and give to read yesterday, and condemn the act and said it. What she should have done after she read what she did, she should have sat there in the chair, right, and allow the member who is facing the scrutiny, which is Dr. Angela Brownberg, to respond. And then we, the people looking on, would have the respect for not only Angela Brownberg as to why she did what she did, as wrong as it may, but we would have gained the respect, and she, Juliet Willis, would have gained the respect of the people listening, because she would have made her point and she would have remained in the seat to listen to what Angela Brownberg would have said. And who knows, maybe Angela Brownberg would have apologized. The speaker herself would have apologized, because let me tell you something, the way how she run out the woman and get out and then they realize what they did was to cut a video of how England dissenting when an individual did the same thing, lifting the knees. And they don't realize that they further sink themselves. The way in which the British speaker ruled was very classy, was very respectful, compared to how Juliet Owens ruled and conduct herself for the same mishap. There is no comparable there. And for them to compare the two further showed the buffoonery of a speaker that we have in this parliament called Juliet Owens. And I don't know if you guys realize it. Whenever certain individuals are making their contribution, Juliet no want to hear from them. She get up out of the speaker chair and make either Eli Clark rule or Dwayne Smith. We don't realize it. Juliet have lost the respect of the Jamaican people yesterday. We never like her from morning and we was never like her now. Because you come chastise the opposition and chastise the parliament and lay down your ground rule. But when it is time for the member now to defend herself, it shows that you don't have no class, you know, woman. It shows that you have no class. Jamaica would respect you more if after you say what you say yesterday, you sit down in the chair as a woman and you listen to the feelings of Angela Brownberg, and then you could have understand why she did what she did. And after that, maybe you, Juliet Owens, would have either apologized, right? Because the entire world see how you conduct your ruling, you know. Right? But what you did, you say what you have to say, and you step outside, gone out a door, and we appear you, you know. We appear you $22 million per year. Why is it that Juliet Owens continue to come off of the speaker chair I want to be in the ring, on the floor between the opposition and the government? She never supposed to take any position, whether the government side or the opposition side. Her duty is to be the referee. Right? But time and time again, Juliet shows that the speaker is compromised. She keep on a come from off of the speaker's chair and sit down in the middle of the ring between the PNP and the JNP. I've seen it happen time and time again. Floyd Green is the minister of government business. The member for East Kingston and Port Royal, Philip Powell, is the opposition member for government business. They are in charge of the floor. And if Floyd Green and Philip Paulwell come to some consensus and agreement on the floor. How dare Andrew wife want to split an agreement between the two? It's like Unwa have a match, you know. Unwa have a match and you do something to the other player. The player who is the victim. Shake the person hand and say, no, watch that man. Make we continue. But no, the referee want give you a red card. Or when you tell and speak and say, no man, make we move on with the match, no man. We understand it was a mistake or we have an amicable agreement. The speaker, Juliet Holness, is too compromised and she continued to show and display time and time again that she is not a fair and unbiased speaker. She needs to know when to differentiate when not to be Andrew wife and when to be the speaker, which is going to be very difficult to do because on God's earth, you're going to unwind yourself from Andrew as his husband. And let me tell you something, you think the opposition don't know what they do. The opposition knows that them kind of something here that will take place, you know. Yeah, sometimes some are only get caught up in the heat of the moment and I wonder why are all the people, we don't need to come and say nothing. Yes, we know them kind of something here that will happen. That's why we say, yes, Juliet, congratulations, becoming the speaker. We know the moment that will happen. We know that these moments were going to happen. Good afternoon, Michelle Johnson. The pillow talk parliament and the act that they put on yesterday, we're not going to bite Andrew and Juliet back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We're not going to bite Jamaica. It started from Monday, whole weekend, they come up with a strategy. What is it that we can do different? Right? Nationwide, not see a thing about the opposition. The first thing come out and confuse more. So what you want about Mark Golding? He's a damn good legislator. Nothing bad was said about the opposition all weekend after they ridiculed the PNP about the news. They come this week and see Andrew come yesterday, Tuesday. In a new life at it. Madam Speaker, you need to tell me what was wrong about the leader of the opposition speech. What Mark Golding said that was wrong, and you need to rule and tell me what was wrong. The woman said nothing was wrong. What a shame and disgrace in our parliament. The pillow talk and the pillow talk parliament has to stop. As long as Juliet continues to sit in that chair, the parliament will be compromised. This don't look good, you know. This don't look good. And we will listen to what the Prime Minister had to say. It come across Jamaica like they had an agreement. They had an agreement. Let me see, I hear, I see T-Play want to jump up. Let me see, jump up the T-Play, send a request. I don't see them again, you know. I had some callers. I would love to take those two callers. T-Play, send me back a request there, please. Perfect. She's back. Hey, T.
Hey, Dre. Good point there, sir. But we even look on how when she get up, because she ever get up, like you say, when the opposition is going to speak. Yesterday she get up and she did not know that Dr. Brownberg was going to say anything because she never responded and gave her permission to speak. So even when she get up and she's disrespecting the opposition sectoral presentation on a very important matter, which is also very important in her particular constituency, where there is a lot of issues with social protection. So you don't want to hear nothing about that? It no matter to you? Forget the mace. You're also an MP, no? At the end of the day? You don't have a constituency that people may be on path or having issues with different social protection issues, and you might have pick up on something that you could have implement in your constituency or speak to or whatever. I don't understand the level of respect is, and she just prove her own self wrong.
Exactly.
She prove her own self wrong.
Exactly.
Cannot talk, she'll talk about together and decent, we must be decent, we must respect each other, but then you get up and disrespect the person again.
Thank you. Me tell her, Tara, me say if she had sat in that chair and after she said what she wants and ridicule the opposition and she remain in that chair and just listen any rebuttal, be it Angela Brownberg or anybody, persons would have respected her a little bit more this morning.
Yeah, and the fact is nobody else could have really gotten up because they ended that session and went straight into the sectoral debate.
Exactly.
So nothing could have been coming in there to rebut or come against you or whatever. Because you done that part.
Shutting out the opposition, exactly.
It's sad.
Very sad, but Jamaicans are not idiots, we see how going.
Alright, bro.
Take care. You see that, Jamaica? I tell you the same thing. If you want to move forward and have a just and civil parliament, I can tell you in Jamaica, she will to be there forever. None of them now look down the road and say, let me write my name in the good book, so that when we retire from politics, at least the archives will show and prove that I was a very stern and fair and just speaker of the house. There's nothing good to say about the woman. And she made that to show you, how democracy is at stake in this country. So she gave a big speech and ridiculed Angela Brownberg. Right? And that's what she feels to say. And immediately after she said what she must say, she wrap up, and move on. So she must just say what she needs to say. And it happened yesterday. I don't remember who it was. I think it was the member for East Kingston and Port Royal. After Juliet said what she say, you must expect that either the opposition is going to agree or disagree. That is democracy, to get up and say something. But Philip Powell stood up to respond. And then you have Motamasi Liza from Southwest St. Catherine, Warmington, get up. No. You have to know better. The speaker, you notice how him firebrand again? Because he's quite okay with him $25 million a commissioner down at the EOJ. You realize when he come out and defend Juliet who used to shut him down? You realize how Warmington get up and defend this speaker?
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website.
Apologize, either agree or chart a way forward, but you shut them down completely and went on into the sectoral debate. Jamaica saw what happened. They saw what happened yesterday. So instead of a matter resolved, the chaos will continue. The chaos will continue, and when you're done, you are talking about this is the example we are set for children, and this is the example. When you as the speaker is not setting any example whatsoever, very arrogant, very rude and arrogant. Well, Jamaica, I want you to listen to the Pillow Talk Parliament, Listen to Andrew Owens and his wife, because yesterday, only God can tell me say it wasn't a skit being played out. Nobody can tell me. So the Oscar never did that issue out yesterday. Something is brewing Jamaica. Mark Golding tried to clear the air on the lie that Daryl told the House. Who remember? For sure, no say the Prime Minister was hypocrite and appear wicked over there. Who remember when last week Damian Crawford did a making presentation? Who recall in the middle of Damian's presentation, the member for North Central Clarendon, Mr. Morgan, stood up and said, Damien mislead the house. And remember when Nesta stood up and stopped Damien in presentation and said something. I don't remember what the matter was about, but he said something. Damien made a point, and when Nesta stood up and I said, oh, Damien, I mislead the house, Damien shut him down further and said he need to read the yellow book or something because it is there. And Nesta said it's in the book. So that means that he may read the same thing when he put in the book, and the answers were there. And the Prime Minister was there. The Prime Minister never said nothing. The Speaker never said nothing. The Speaker actually allowed Nesta to stand on a point of order. So why is it a problem? Now that Darrell told a lie and misquote Margolin, the man have a right to stand up on a point of order and defend his name and the truth. Juliet want you to listen to the lies, and then make a note of what was said, and then approach the Speaker's desk, and then she will investigate, and then the...
Hey guys, you know what I realize? You see the Speaker come under heavy pressure from the conversations that we're having on social media. Because I'm going to go live on Bolo TV in a few minutes. I'm going to end this live and go over to that one. I'm setting it right now, because I don't want the live them too long. Still trying to, get people acclimated to this channel. It's been a while, it's been very dormant, so the numbers aren't what I want it to be, but we're putting in the work, right? I understand, but yeah. It's interesting what Dre Bryan is saying. At that point, I'm glad I played this and I came and caught it too. Because if you notice in Parliament with Zuleika Chess, and Chuck came up to a point of order, she shut him down in some capacity, and told him, so this is a teachable moment. So the entire time, Delroy Chuck is a senior member of the Jamaica Labour Party, and Delroy Chuck don't know the standing order. They've been doing it, Jamaica, but guess what? She hasn't been stopping them from doing it, but she stopped the People's National Party, and then she tried to embarrass them to make it appear as if the People's National Party are the ones that don't know the standing orders. And they're new and, talk about children and one bag of thing and students and all of these things. So, the social media is pressuring her. Obviously, the criticism is getting to her, but we are going to watch her still. There's still some bias in her, because you notice, and I'm going to talk about this on the other live too. We're going to point it out. We're going to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. There's two things I'm going to get into. Apostle Jeffrey showed to her some warnings that he has given us a long time. I haven't covered it. So it's an important live I'm going to do on Bolo TV. And also, I'm going to go over Zuleika Jeff's speech, because I think we have to write down the things that she mentioned that is actually happening in the justice system. How much the Jamaican people need justice. All the talking points, every single thing. I'm literally going to write it down. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's shocking. But let's continue.
Matter will return to Parliament. What if on the day when you have a speak on the matter, the individual is not in Parliament? No, I believe that once a misinformation is being placed, or the member is misleading the house, and you can prove that it is not so, you need to stand up on your foot and shut down that lie. Well, not even Andrew never did a buy. One wife did that. And that is the thing in Jamaica. A lot of you persons like to justify and try to pick up for this government when they are wrong. Someone who wants to differentiate or talk about, Andrew was addressing the speaker and not his wife. Make it make sense, no? Sammy, come here, Sammy. Come and make it make sense. All you mean, so Andrew was addressing the speaker of the house and not his wife. So the speaker of the house, not Andrew's wife. One of you want people tell lie on themselves. If Simone James come here, Simone tap up the screen. Tell me make it make sense. Uno try to justify what went on yesterday. The opposition not tell me lie on themselves. Isn't Juliet Holness the wife of Andrew Holness? And isn't Juliet Holness the Speaker of the House? Why on the one we separate the two and tell lie upon ourselves? The Prime Minister was addressing his wife, who is also the Speaker of the House. So you cannot tell me say Andrew was addressing the Speaker of the House and not his wife. Oh, lie, you know what I tell? The Prime Minister was addressing his wife, and that is why she should have never been selected as the Speaker of the House. And someone would like to talk about how the opposition was a part of it. The opposition was a part of nothing. It has always been the tradition for the governing side to select the Speaker of the House. There is nothing that the opposition can do because they have the majority. And if the 28 of we say we will not support the Speaker of the House, at 35 of them and the 35 of them will vote and say we want her to remain as the Speaker of the House. What we have to do? Sit down in the beat up with gum? I know that Parliament? No. We know what we are doing in the opposition. Hence the reason why we play along, because we know times like this would have happened. I see Escobar one jump. Well, and make Escobar come up. Send a request to Escobar. Eh? Jump up in the box, Mrs. Escobar, and send a request. Yes, you there? Go ahead, Mrs. Escobar.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody on this platform. I'm glad you touched on the topic here, because if you listen to the line of argument that them always come with, you notice that it's shift now? Yeah. When the opposition made the presentation, that historic moment when the Prime Minister run out of Parliament has never been done before as it regards the Prime Minister. And in run out of the Parliament when you hear Mark Golding address the Speaker on her behaviour, and she being bipartisan and don't know her job functions. Then run up on the internet and then talk about because of her gender, when it was in fact nothing to do with our gender, whether you're a man or woman up there, but you are ruled in some ways where people don't like and people are see for what it is. Yes. And then run out and then defend, and then you hear the clip use him. Women have a hard time in certain roles because it's dominated with men, and then create this whole illusion around genders. Then we see some women people say them run some little idiot political prostitutes run down in a courthouse, or them gone down the damn protest with court case and individual who was convicted, and these people, if I see them, you know what them all about. True. So it is very surprising now to hear members and supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party stating that when the Prime Minister was addressing the Speaker, he was separating the two and addressing the Speaker and not talking to his wife. Huh? The very same people then, when it was pointed out in regards to how the Speaker behaved, who the same one defend the behavior and attack say, because the Prime Minister wife make him attack her and the this and the that and the find everything to say. These people, Joe, are hypocrites. I mean, not stop saying them are hypocrites. And the Speaker up there, so we are Juliet Holness, the wife of the Prime Minister, shouldn't be up there in that chair. Go find one other position. Why don't you never go put in a one ministry and turn in a one state minister somewhere else? Why you hell bent and tell yourself so you plant in a Speaker chair and you can move out of Speaker chair? And next thing to say, I hear a lot of people as the opposition support Speaker of the House. And something to have to clarify in terms of parliamentary proceedings. When you have one in the Parliament, you have something where you drag the Speaker. So you basically have begged the Speaker to take them chair. Was any member of the opposition there but a beg Juliet or a beckon to Juliet to take a seat? But I even plan them up there. So why don't I mix up the opposition and bring opposition and stupid arguments when things are get out of hand in a Parliament with them? It was made clear by the opposition that the Speaker, which is the wife of the Prime Minister, shouldn't be there. And no matter where you take it, if the opposition did agree, yes or no, whatever, they would have still make the same rule in terms of gender because that is to them aim. And if you look at the Jamaica Labour Party, three things them always come with every time somebody have something to say. Then when them assassinate people character, then draft great allegations. Them put thief in our fraud from people's name, and if that no work out in them favor, then pull to the social groups, the sensitive groups in our society, like the domestic violence people them, the gender, the feminism people them, and then pull in these groups and claim to say them are touch on the heart of society when it is clear manipulation. And people have to be careful of these persons who are seen as some position and jump up and talk about woman power, and rate, because some of them are a clear reflection of the opposite. And I rest my history.
Thank you, Mrs. Escobar. Well said. Let me hear from Bolo. Bolo wants to chime in as well. Good afternoon, Bolo. Welcome, sir.
Respect. Big up Lady Escobar and T-Play. Why the hypocrisy of the Jamaica Labour Party talking about defending women when a man that took up a chair and beat his wife was running in the election last year? Where's the I'm on the live. Where's the protection of the women in that regard? How did a man run for member of parliament to go in the so-called honorable house, but yesterday he was seen in a video battering his now wife? They don't protect women, so that is a facade. It's just something that they conveniently use when necessary. And you made a great point about I've seen it several times when the People's National Party is in the Senate and also in the Parliament doing a presentation. And the truth, I beat the little right them over there. And them can't take it no more and them rise from a point of order. And it was no point of order. I've never seen the speaker say, listen, these are the rules and that's not a point of order and we cannot continue to interrupt the speaker in this regard. It's only when it's convenient for them to try and make an attempt to show the People's National Party to say, see, they're not following the rules and they're being disruptive to paint them in such a way. Yeah, so we now fall for that the banana and I tell right better. We are watching them very, very carefully, and if we were not acclimated with the standing orders, the way they have abused the standing orders, no, we have learned the standing orders and I read them, and I realize, so wait a minute, we have seen these in several instances and you guys said nothing. When the new was doing it. Everyone want me to not get kicked out of the house. Everyone want me to tell another member to shut up. Like, we don't understand. How is that acceptable behavior? Right? You don't speak to your colleagues then like that in the honorable house, or you should not. Exactly. When me Darrell Vaz, I could have sworn I heard Darrell Vaz curse somebody with the same day when the controversy with the mace happened. How do you know, how did the speaker did not identify that? Right? And say, no, that's unacceptable, I make a ruling. At least warn him. You know what I mean?
It's not his first time.
No, there was not even a warning. To say, listen, if you guys are talking about you want the house to reflect and have the children them look on your own behavior and say, yes, this is how you're supposed to do things. There's several members of the Jamaica Labour Party that every chance them get in the house. I have seen Marlon Morgan being so demonstrative when an honorable lady like Miss what's her name? Mia Motley's something.
Yeah.
You know me at all. What's your name? The Honorable Donna Scott Motley. I've seen her in the Senate making excellent points and giving her speech, and it's constantly interrupted by Marlon Morgan and some of the most demonstrative. And it upset the hell out of me because I'm like, who raised you? This is Donna Scott Motley, you know. This lady is not a controversial lady, you know. She's here making a contribution that is of the utmost importance, and you find it within yourself to be as disruptive and disrespectful as possible. And these are the things that are acceptable in the Senate, right? And nobody says anything. So it's like you guys want to be bullies. You want to do all the things you do in the house, and when the PNP play the same cards on you, you go to the rules. It's like a police have authority that abuses authority and then enforces the authority. Make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense, bro. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, respect to the platform, big up everybody. I'm in the class. Respect, yeah. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Big up Dre Brown, you know. For the people on Bolo TV, like I said, I'm live on Bolo. For the people on Bolo V&R, I'm live on Bolo TV. I'm going to end this live. You can come over there if you like. And we're going to talk about some different things. You understand? Respect our manners.